Hello and welcome. It is Fight Night, baby. It's Tuesday. It's your boy fdot, and of course, Jamerson. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I got it on the wrong side this time. Damn it. Damn it.
I usually get it on the wrong side.
We got it right there. Right there.
There we go.
Right
you ready
there.
for the high five? You ready for the high five?
Yeah.
Boom. Yeah, we got there.
We got that.
So this is Tuesday, which means this is the big show. We've got two best of threes on the way, one of which will feature the team that won last week. And we'll get to that. But first, we've got our first best of three. Two teams coming out of the woodwork. We've got French. They're going to be going head-to-head against MixUp, it looks like. MixUp represented by Stellar and Physic, Hoppin' Thief, and Aproto. And Way2French use Nano, Meal, Meliox, and Incredible. Shouts to the name Incredible. So these guys are going to go head-to-head, and we've got a couple of maps here as well, Jamerson. Again, best of three.
Yeah, I don't think, we'll be too surprised by anything. No big changes came in the way of, everything so far. This weekend for the T1 series, I don't know if you saw Emily Rand from, I believe still at ESPN, put out an agent pick rate for that. And I don't think anyone was absolutely surprised about what was going on. Cypher, 100% pick rate in Group A. Sage was at 85, Brimstone at 81. And that's kind of similar to what we're seeing in our own tournaments here, and also even in the collegiate tournaments that we're holding.
What I tend to see is Sova really works out well in the hands in that middle edge, right? When you think that you can just outplay the opponent because the site gets smoked, Sova throws an arrow down, and then I can shoot good is how that works. And then when you get up to the T1 tournament level, usually teams can kind of counteract that. So in tournaments on Fight Night, where the level of talent that we've seen, we see a little bit of Sova here, like you said, Cypher every go. But here I find in this sort of middle level of play, it's sometimes we see Pug Stomp and sometimes we don't. Characters like Reyna really shine because she can kind of do both.
Yeah, 31% pick rate for Group A for Reyna,
relatively
right?
low.
But for us, we've been having I would say a 75% pick rate. I haven't done the math, but she's been fairly prevalent so far. And I think we have two extremes in how teams want to play this. Either heavy utility and really team oriented with your breach, with your brimstone. You can throw an additional smoke in there, or some teams just that go double, triple duelists and have a lot of flashes, and especially the Reyna teams. Right now, seeing the kind of stylistic difference currently in our Valorant tournament, that makes me happy because I like to see any game that's hero based that has that kind of variety in terms of compositions in the way teams play.
Yeah, with Valorant, I think it's a little bit different. When we're talking about MOBAs like League of Legends or games, even like Rainbow Six. I think that the compositions are so impactful when it comes to Valorant, and this is in my opinion, a good thing. The characters are really similar, and so the differences matter and they're interesting. But if the characters ever get stale, so to speak, I wouldn't mind casting the same comp versus the same comp over and over again. More important is the map, how you play it, the smokes, etc. That seems to be a little bit more important than if you're more comfortable with Phoenix or Reyna. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. But I'm pretty sure it's the case. I'm pretty sure everyone has the same hitbox, right? And I think that's one of the most important parts. That Riot did make sure every character has the same hitbox, because we see in tons of these other hero-based shooters that there are massive hitbox differences and characters get unbalanced that way.
Listen,
but without that, with all else equals, it comes down to your aim and your decision making with your utility.
We learned the design lesson in GoldenEye 64. Odd Job is OP and Jaws is a noob trap. Don't pick the big guy and always pick the little guy. So yes, give us same size hitboxes, please, and thank you. We're going to get into game number one, Way2French versus MixUp. And you see the hat guy on both teams, Sage on both teams. This is Bind, of course, so a raise on both teams as well. Brimstone and Sovas.
Yeah, absolute just mirror matchup right now. And I think this is pretty much how you play it out. I do see, of course, we were talking about it yesterday, a bit more Phoenixes here on Bind, just with the way he interacts with the teleporters. But not surprised at all with the Sova to come out. I mean, I feel like that was very default kind of composition during the beta. Like Sova and Cypher just main anchoring over at the B site by himself. Now it looks like MixUp are getting ready for this push on to the A site now.
Taking their time here. And there's a little bit of nonsense to keep Incredible inside of U-Haul, so he won't be able to get involved. Smoke out off of all the way up top. And it's not a stage wall, but all things equal, everything's kind of safe here. The spike going to be planted real quick. And one comes around the corner, two comes around the corner, three comes around the corner, and all three of them are underground. Beautiful play by Incredible. Just that, when people yell at you about crosshair placement, that's what they mean.
Yeah. I don't even know if you can categorize that as a retake. They just walked right into his crosshairs. And that's what people mean, right? When you walk into their crosshairs, like he just held it. And that's crosshair place. I wish there was more that we can break down there.
Yeah, no. But I mean, that's the beauty of it. You know, I say often about tack shooters, I might have mentioned this yesterday, like, the beauty, I always use basketball as the example, right? We can talk about like the intricate slip screens and plays and how you're going to leverage your 5 versus your 2, or you can watch some guy jump over another guy. And there's no analysis for when LeBron James exists. And that's what we see here. There's no analysis for that. It just looked really cool. He shot all 3 guys just like that. And we start the game off with a 1-0. Hookah going to be a stall point here.
Yeah, MixUp running a heavy default and just trying to get any kind of information here. And I'm not a big fan of that, especially on these eco rounds.
It's going to be tough. I don't know. If they win, I'm a fan. If they're not, I'm not. Perfect caster situation. They're reassessing the B site, now looking for A. Physic has information, hides behind the box. This player behind the corner doesn't know Physic is here, but Physic knows that. Well, that's the end of that. Eyes in the sky. Nobody at showers. Nice shot from Mello coming around the left side. 2 for him. Smoke's going to stop the right side transition. And there's another one. The 4th. This is bad. This is bad. Oh, no. Mello needs help. But the enemy team needs more of it. Slowly going to smoke off there. And Thief jumps in. And Thief finds another one. Oh, my goodness. That was incredible from Thief.
Yeah, those peak shots were really nice. But way to hold it down. Coming out from Way2French. And, if it weren't for that triple kill, it could have honestly gone MixUp's way. So, Way2French almost losing that anti-eco, but now here's, of course, where a lot of teams kind of run into a brick wall. When they have to kind of carry over those SMGs into the full rifle rounds, how do they actually deal with it? MixUp will have, of course, all the Vandals down the line, while currently on Way2French, there's still one person playing with the pistol. I believe that was a Sage player.
Interesting choice. Because if you're still staying with a pistol, that means that you're thinking about an op later on. Sage usually doesn't like to play with the op in case they lose the trade.
Oh, I think last second might have gotten bought.
Okay, word. Stellar here throwing some shots down long B. The rest of the team, though, spread out. B is a loose commit, but not a full commit by any stretch of the imagination. It's one player lingering around mid and the other all the way on the A side.
Yeah.
We picked up.
Cypher mirror matchup over at the A side. That is kind of odd, I would say. But I do like how Way2French just tried to do the foresight over at B. It's unfortunate they already lost one as the rotate comes out from MixUp. They're heading on over to the A site now.
Nice look. They spent a lot of time and energy over at that B site, and nobody's rotating away from it. So you see it, the Brimstone is still going to create noise here, thinking that B is still the site, but A is the real hit. Melio, on the other hand, is going to start things off. Long-range kill onto Physic. 3 players from Way2French still on the B site. A site's the push, and the rotation from defense finally starts after the spike has been planted. That was a beautiful play from MixUp.
Yeah, that was a great fake coming out from that Brimstone, like you had mentioned. All throughout the Way2French were just clearing every single angle because they have to play that way. When you have labs and your CT spawn smoked off, you have to check every single angle. And that's going to be MixUp taking that first round. They played that masterfully. They got the first pick over at B. They sell the fake, and then they just rush onto the A site. That was just well played from MixUp.
That's how you get those wins on the attacker side, without a doubt. I mean, you got to come in swinging like that and find real strategy. We understand that the attacker side on all 4 of the maps out right now for Valorant is the more difficult side. We get that, we know that, and we've processed it. So when everybody's rooting for a 12-0, but it's not going to happen. 6-6 is usually what teams root for. So you got to have all the gas in the tank when you look for these offensive pushes.
That was a very valuable recon drone coming out, but there we go. The pushes are going to be shut down on this anti-eco for MixUp. They played that well. They understood that maybe something fishy was going to go on, as Way2French did try to go for very aggressive plays, and wow, actually being able to secure that Vandal is coming up for them now. It's down to a 1v2. We'll see what Mill can do.
Spike down. How long is the spike fuse exactly?
30 seconds?
About 20 left. Good information here from Mill. One in the right cubby, nowhere else to be seen. Trying to figure out how to approach this one. Fires a shot off to the left to try and lure the player, but out there on the angle. Attackers are able to take this one, tied at 2. One op in the hands of Mill.
This is a nice spot.
A whole bunch of AKs, Vandals here for MixUp. I like that approach. Okay, the op is going to be going to stick with it. In general, playing offensive op on bind is really tough unless you're going B. I find that this angle for the op, I'd rather have an assault rifle. The other side of A, rather have an assault rifle. This right here is the only angle I really like the op for.
Yeah, small thing that Way2French did there. They sold back the operator so that someone else could buy it for him, so that he can buy more utility into that round. So, work as a team. Even your economy is part of the teamwork, guys.
Without a doubt. B site. More interesting to MixUp than A this time around. 2 players on D over there, so it's going to be a 5-on-3. Spike carrier goes down. Way2French's use looks real good there with the double un. Rez is well. An Incredible gets involved. Should be 1 player remaining, and it is a Raze player. MixUp is getting pinched here at the B site. Bang! Puts it in. Defenders take it 3-2.
Yeah, that was a great round for Way2French. Now we have to remember that was the first full official rifle round coming out, so it's a bit more indicative of how things play out. MixUp, despite getting those last 2 rounds, they just really weren't able to capitalize on that, and can't even break it down to the operator. It was just well placed, good placement coming out from Hughes, and then of course Way2French just being able to close that out without taking too many losses.
I'm hoping not to take too many losses this time. The Marshall through bathrooms, the dangerous angle, but Mill's gonna miss the first shot. Wants to see how many teammates are in there. Tosses a shock dart. Recon dart going to be taken care of, but Sova grabs 1 with the ultimate. That's a 5-on-4. Smoked out. Can't find the angle with the sniper. And Melio now trying to find the information. Damage with a shock dart is enough to take down Physic, but a return kill from Stellar and another one from Thief. It's a 2-on-3. Way2French with the advantage here. Spike planted. They're looking for the retake, Jay.
Ooh, a proto finding 1 more, backs off onto U-Haul. He does get chased down, so now it's the 1v2 as they're going to go for that res.
Use coming up huge. Well played. Another res, another kill, and another defuse here Number 4 for Way2French. They're going to give Use the kill credit.
Yeah, after having just, of course, used that ultimate, they want to try and build it up as quickly as possible. We're halfway through the round right now. Small things like that do build up. Yeah. Going for that eco res is massive, just because they need to continue to build up a lead. And one of the best ways to do that, of course, is economically. And so having that extra gun saved, having the extra utility saved by the end of the round could be a huge difference maker 1 round, 2 rounds from now.
That's the idea. All the little things come together, and I mean, a game about micro angles, right? Crosshair placement, the small things. Every dollar counts. They're credits, aren't they?
All the small things, yeah.
You know, true care, truth brings.
There we go.
Hopping. Taking down last round MVP. Big ultimate coming out from Incredible. And it's going to be a 2 for him. Just like that. Stellar answers back. And it's a 2-on-2. Silva and Cypher. Both info guys. What's the Valorant term for that?
I'm not too sure.
I think we have duelist, right? Duelist is the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Recon? No. That's,
yeah, Recon.
Is it Recon? That's like too black, like... To Call of Duty or something. I don't know.
It sounds good. From the backside. Oh, he's going to get fancy. 1-on-1. Recon Bolt destroyed. Thought he was looking for the kill with the shock dart. Because of that, actually, not a clean kill.
He's got the ultimate.
Easy peasy. And that's that.
Way2French are just doing a really good job of using their ultimates when they need to. And getting really great value. Right there. One of the few times where, you know, on the retake, you don't get to use it as often, but there it is. He's able to figure out where that last person is and just secures that round, no problem whatsoever. And I believe it was at the beginning of this round where Incredible had the 2-piece with his orbital strike. And so Way2French are getting so much value off of it right now, that's putting them up to a 5-2 lead up against MixUp.
MixUp now feeling it. They got a whole bunch of deputies on their side. So, long-range pistols abound. MixUp gonna try and just play for the picks. This is generally what you expect when we see the Sheriff rounds. Sova ult is big, and I honestly wish this was more of a part of a coordinated effort. Sova's gonna clear one specific angle, and it's going to open this site up for MixUp real quick. Great brimstone smokes, and from the backside comes Mill with the sniper. One down, Melio takes it from the left-hand side. Shuck Dart will take damage, knowing he's getting pushed. Tries to shoot through the wall, can't find it. 3 HP in a dream. Players coming on through. Big ultimate coming out from Raze, won't be able to find it. Here comes Nano and the drone. And the other side, Incredible with the flank, and MixUp gets put down again.
Yeah, again, right there, Way2French are just doing a really great job utilizing their ultimates to minimize the risk to themselves. We got to see the showstopper being used to try and clear out U-Haul. Did pick up 1 from there. And so great job on that anti-eco, securing that round. But, you know, it was an anti-eco. Did they need to commit that much into it? When sheriffs are in play, I think probably... Right, because a sheriff can absolutely turn around around.
Right, and I'm 100% here for that. That Sova ult, I think, needed to be less of a kill the guy in this angle and let me hit all 3 angles and get the information where they're at. You have the sheriffs utilize the long range 1-tap capability. Op shot missed. Not the case for MixUp. Now they come in 4 rounds down, the 9th. In our contest, an Incredible, who's been, well, incredible, has got the close range angle here at A main.
Yeah, MixUp have pushed up to bathrooms or showers now, and it looks like with the rotations, it is going to be a take onto the A site.
Two players still locked at B on defense, and one making the rotation. There's Incredible putting down the spike carrier, but it's just a 1-for-1. Physic gonna toss some nonsense as well into the middle, but it's a bloodbath elsewhere. 3-on-2, MixUp only have one left as Mill with the double kill and can't find the triple, but the teammates are there to help out, and it's used after a close call. Double kill for a Proto.
Yeah, things could have gone a little bit better for Way2French, but that orbital strike really caught out their Cypher player on the A sites. It actually landed right on top of him while he was on camera. So you saw that Incredible didn't have that extra backup when they were starting to push short A. But it was still a good recovery from Way2French. Proto did bring it a little bit closer in that round. But again, every single player from Way2French has been really contributing and been a major factor in a lot of these round wins. Use the Sage player, definitely one of them as well.
This time around, it's going to be Hookah. Two players pushing here. A light push again. Look at the way Way2French are set up. They have sniffed out that it's a B. They've guessed that it is a B push. I know that they have 3 players on the A site, but they're very close to the teleporter and are going to be able to come right back around.
Yeah, I mean, this is of course having the Cypher and the Sage on site. They're the ones that can hold it down. Oh, from long range, the Sova ults almost hits. Doesn't get a 2-piece. It gets 1.
Problem for MixUp, the lone Cypher. And again, going to be able to get pinched walking towards Nano. And just like that, 10 rounds in, Way2French have 80% of them. MixUp trying to stretch this one out. 2 more wins for MixUp before the half would still not be great. But the 10-2 stop is usually a very, very 10-2 is very hard to come back from.
Oh, definitely. There are some things that are insurmountable, and 10-2 is nearly one of those things. At this point, Way2French, their defense has been absolutely stalwart here. Interesting to go through that port to try and catch out any kind of cheeky plays coming out from the mill. Now stuck, possibly.
Oh, damn.
So they're just going to have to wall him off to get him safe. But no! Oh, the paint shell's right inside the teleporter room. He goes down.
You're just staring at him. You're like, no, please. And there's no directional change, right? Like in Counter-Strike, if you look away, you know what I mean? There's no directional change there. You just take straight up the damage. So dead of the door now. 4-on-4. MixUp are pushing through Hookah to a B site defended by 2 players. Physic and Sage going to reveal their location. Both players on the left-hand side. Nano jumps in, and Nano's going to grab 2, and there's the 2 dead. MixUp have a free site to themselves, at least until the rotations come on by. Way2French represented by 2 players. MixUp, on the other hand, 3 to defend the retake.
And they heard both teleports as well, so they know they're coming from Hookah at this point. Now here comes the drone from Physics just to secure this information as they're taking their time. Okay, so bomb is actually 45 seconds. I don't know why I thought it was shorter. But he's rotating now over to long to try and change up the angle just a little bit.
One player in the back right corner, one player right behind the metal, and one player on the left side, and 2 of those players grab and makes up 8-3. One last round before the swap, as the game tells us. One last round before the swap. And MixUp again, you know, finding this 4th round, I think, is imperative. I think this is absolutely the way to go. You switch, because put it this way: MixUp takes this, it's 8-4. That's still, or it's 8-4. That still looks dismal. You start off, you win the pistol round, and the next one, all of a sudden, it's 8-6, and that's totally copacetic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you gotta find this round though, and with the way they played last time, I think they can, Jay.
Despite that last round loss, though. Ooh. Okay, that's a great start. Here's the res, though. bring him right back in, and they have to wall that off. Slowed as they try to punish this, but now they slow themselves. Showstopper misses from a Proto, and he'll go down to Nano.
Oh, MixUp coming up just like a hair short. An almost play from the Rays, an almost rush up long. But close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. And frankly, Rays is all out. So MixUp gonna change things up, go for the MixUp, and fake low punch, hit high punch, and the spike's planted at a site. 3 rotators from Way2French are gonna make their way up from the backside. And there they are. Nano's able to grab one. Here's the ult into U-Haul. Won't find anyone and gets taken out after the fact, but uses their double peek. So it's 2 players left to retake.
Wondering if they still have their wall. No, they do not. They do have the heal at the very least to try and go for it. And once again, they're going to use that Cypher ultimate to get the info. Hoppin hits 2, though.
Big plays. Here's Sova. Physic. Grab the kill. And only 1 remains. It's Sage. Hoppin, but they don't have time. No. Beep, beep, beep. And the attackers take it. Easy way. Golly. 8-4. So will it work out? Can they find this pistol round?
I do not know. Well, so last time it was Way2French that was able to pick up the pistol round, but really what happened in that pistol round, right? It was post-plant positions, and they just ended up walking into U-Haul and just like getting 3 domed in a row. So yeah, you know what? It's hard. It's too hard to call this pistol. I think, you know, MixUp kind of gifted that one over to Way2French last time.
Okay, really important tactical question. You see the knife the player just had? The new blue one?
Oh, it's definitely pay to win.
Best knife?
It's definitely pay to win.
That's the best one, right?
Yeah.
Like the hatchet, I'm upset I missed the hatchet. But the like elf sword, the World of Warcraft dagger, nah, man, not it. This one, I'm down. I wonder if he can get a kill with it. We've had 1 knife in our fight nights. It's real fun. 2 weeks ago. Way2French going to be looking for the B site. That said, the spike is 2 players strong towards A. Way2French are going to look for the full commit without the ring. And then they're going to go to A and plant the spike. But MixUp aren't going to have it. MixUp aren't going to have it. They see through the plan. 2 players come back to A site, and everybody thinks they're safe on there. Thief and Physic are able to take down the 2 players. Incred coming from main. And finds the shot from a distance. Hoppin' though. 2 players versus the Nun. And just like that, Way2French are losing. MixUp make it 8-5.
Yeah, that's why on this map you always have someone holding it down, and I believe it was a Proto for MixUp, who was holding it down over at the A site. I was playing over by U-Haul and then kind of lurked on over to Double Box while the second player was kind of hovering around a defender spawn to see if he really needed to commit to a B site rotate. But, you know, Proto being able to stay there, getting that information and kind of keeping them level-headed and basically in the information game, really allowed them to get that one. But of course, it also came down just to the aim of hopping there towards the end.
Tough stuff. But MixUp are on their way back into it. Submachine guns here for MixUp. Normally, I disagree with this, but I don't think they have the rounds to play with. Nice shots coming out. And I can't say it a 3rd time. You know what? I will. Nice shots coming out. Hoppin with the triple kill. Nice plays there. That was not the same thing as the walk into the crosshair round that we saw last half. But that's the action version of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was a good effort from Way2French to at least try to get the trade. But again, you know, it's that massive rate of fire difference, pistols versus the SMGs. SMG still gets out, you know, almost more bullets than 3 pistols combined. But a proto really, I think with this Marshall buy helped them out a lot. And so again, this time around, this is a kind of a weird split. They have 2 over at the B site currently. All 3 are making their way over to up short, but nice peek by Stellar at long, gets that first kill onto Melio.
Yeah, that one's going to look fantastic. A site, the all-in push. Spike going to be planted. Gets it down before the orbital strike. It even gets on out of there. Sage will heal him on up. 4 players left to defend the retake by all 5 of MixUp. Recon Bolt destroyed, the information given, but the life taken away. Use Nano. And a third for Nano as well. 1 player up, and Nano goes down. 2-1. And a proto fakes the defuse. 1 player right on there, and it's attackers with number 9.
Yeah, I don't know what is in the water, but right now, it seems like this offensive side really doing much better so far. But here we go, 9-6. That's one way to bring it back for MixUp, especially after a pretty rough start.
Yeah, I'll give that to you.
Let's go, keep it up.
A rough start indeed. The bounce back, however, is where we're looking.
Bomb buddy out.
I'm trying to think back to those earlier rounds specifically and try to evaluate just how harshly MixUp got trounced. Because the prowess is there. And that's what I was worried about with Way2French, was that maybe they were just too good. But MixUp has stepped it up here. Seems to have warmed up, if you will. And nice the rise there from Hughes.
I don't know what it was. It was like 2 submarines kind of like, like emerging and like cracking through the ice. And then, I don't know, they're like, fire all torpedoes. And yeah, it's just something about that entire like sequence of events.
Going up. The mirror matchup comes into play there as Way2French hits double digits. 16 in the pocket.
What can I break down there? It's like, oh yeah, he started his wall boost like a half second sooner, right? So he had the angle a little, like he saw the top of her head first, like.
Insane. Here we have another B push. This time a little bit more committal. Last time around, not the case so much. So excited to kind of see where this one winds up, as Way2French seem much more aggressive than they have been. Still coming on through with the owl drone. MixUp, nobody here to get the letter from Hogwarts. And so Way2French gonna slowly push on in. No information given to them. Well done by MixUp to hide from the bot. There's a nade on the ground. 1 coming through hookah will get shot down. 3 players, 4 players get kills on Way2French. And there's the 5th. Nano is anything but. He is Giga here in this game. I mean, crushing it. 15, 11, and 8. Outdone only by Incredible, who has, I think, gotten a multi-kill every round.
Very nearly. And that's one of the more, like, that was more of the characteristic rounds that we were seeing from Way2French on their defensive side, where they were just absolutely shutting down MixUp. And despite, maybe having not the best information, right? They sent out that the drone. There were 2 players in hookah, but they got out of the drone just a split second before they could secure that information that maybe someone's in hookah. So they played that a little bit awkwardly with given wrong information, but still were able to recover off of that and get a very, very stunning victory. So now they're 2 rounds away from taking this map.
I'm laughing watching the Brimstone hop over the little boom bot, the raise bot. Cute. Less cute is the Pit of Fire thrown towards A main. Location revealed as a recon dart looks good against MixUp, but MixUp are the first one to fall. One trade quickly, and it's a 4-on-4. Way2French gonna fall on back, and Cypher will catch out the rotation. So MixUp gonna be making the same rotation, and a nice res from Hughes makes this a 4-on-4 one more time.
Yeah, they have plenty of rounds to work with here, so why not just go for that res currently? There's still an opportunity for them to take this. A Proto. There we go. Finds one.
Out of charges.
Oh, here comes everyone. Thief is in a good spot, but will he get one or two? None! Ha
Satchel out.
Nice knowing you. Nano shows up and does exactly the right thing. Now walking onto the site. Long range is good, and a Proto grabs 3 in the round. Physic with an assist from a distance. And MixUp finished that one off with 3 players alive. And a convenient round, as they're able to keep their guns up. Physic, most importantly, with the op. 7-11. MixUp on the downside, starting to come back.
Yeah, that was such a heavy investment into that. And with how fast and furious that execute came, you thought, people would be on site, but that just wasn't the case. They were all still lingering over by showers, over by A short. I'm not entirely too sure what the go button was for them at that point. When you've got all these angles cleared out, when you've got U-Haul cleared out, when you smoked off CT, where's the push?
Good question. Good question. Answers? Not here. Oh, the cyber cage falls. I know and it's a bloodbath in the octagon. 2 for 2. And now we've got a good old-fashioned joust. Physic's able to cut down the hatless Cypher. And now it's a 2-on-2 after Nano's big showstopper. Ultimate coming out from Brimstone. And it's all good. The op traded for the assault rifle, as players are going to be a bit more mobile here, as we see a full-on rotation. 45 on the clock.
Double rotate. Port again. It's going to happen. No! Oh, they took such a long route that, yep, they're already set up for the post plant. Now it's a 1v2.
Oof.
0v2.
And what happened there? You started talking a little bit about it. It took too long to make that rotation, huh?
Yeah, generally when people take that B port over to A, they just rush it down into through showers, right? Instead, they go basically all the way over to A short instead. And on the way, they get spotted out by, I believe, the Cypher camera. There's a bolt on one of them. And that allowed the defenders to get over to CT spawn in heaven. So they've already got the angle set up, and they don't even have the bomb down yet.
Revealing area.
I hate this angle. I think you're way too close with this op.
The timing on it is really odd, right? Because if the person reacts like fast enough, they can catch you when you try to retreat through window. Yep. If they're fast enough, and like their initial instinct is, I'm chasing this guy. Mm-hmm. So it can be a little bit dangerous, but how many people honestly respond that way?
That's fair. Plus, if you go for the chase, maybe there's somebody lying in wait. I feel you. It's a rough one for sure. Players line up. Oh no! Thief, Physic, Stellar, and Physic again. Way2French just lined up there. And
yeah, Thief. Just stealing the show. Now he's 17-17. That doesn't seem like a great KDA, but, after that first half, they are really clawing back. And so making up for that huge deficit, taking a look, he's positive. A Proto, who's the second frag, isn't even positive on the team. He's 15-16 right now. Hoppin is, though, 14-13. But, again, this is just the result of a disastrous first half.
Been a little bit rough. This is how you claw back into it. Physic here. 2 players are going to look to double peek this. So the third and the fourth. A quad peek would be the way to go versus Physic. Ooh, pop. Oh, the missed shot. All that for nothing. And some information Gathered. Thief finds number 18, but 2. Make that 3. Are put out by Way2French as they look for their 12th round victory. Spike dropped, and Spike going to be planted here. Only one player left to play defense, and that's that. Thrifty as the eco round survives, and it's a 12-9 scoreline.
Massive come-ups, and that's kind of what you can do, especially when you've got such an offensive ultimate like Sova's, able to pick up frags with that, and really going to help them out into this round now. They do have the operator in the hands of Mill Physics once again with that on the opposite end. But MixUp now, even if they win this round, if they take 2 heavy losses, Way2French still have like 2, possibly 2 extra rounds with full buys to try and close it out before we're sent into overtime.
So, an uphill battle, you're saying?
Mm-hmm. Every round is basically going to be a rifle round, unless, like, if Way2French don't commit to the operator every single round, they should be able to get, like, rifle buys going into this.
Spread. Way2French doesn't really seem to have a straight up plan on this one. One's going to push slowly near A site. Mill's going to keep his distance. Spike and a couple of players heading towards B. Cypher looking for the flank opportunity and might get caught out here up in mid. Nano pushing into hookah. Sees him. Oh, no. Oh, no. Players caught. And Way2French, 3 players strong versus MixUp's 4, making the rotation towards A site. A proto is high and able to get 1. Tosses down the showstopper. Can't find anyone in there and showers. Frantically falling back. 1 player on site. And the nade going to be tossed out as well. A proto gets the player trying to rush him. Milio puts it down on the floor. And there are 3 players to look for it and use by himself. That's 1. Oh, can't find the other 2. MixUp's going to grab round number 10 here.
They get the win, but the fact that they lost so many. They lost 3 players, weren't able to res anyone back in just for the eco at the very least. And Way2French got them to commit a lot into that one. They got that Cypher ultimate out as well. And so this is where the economy hurts. Take a look. Stellar should be able to be bought for, but again, Way2French, they should have plenty of money even going into the next round. And so they can just try and wear away at MixUp going into the 24th round if they have to. But this time around, I think this is where they really do want to close it out. They've got the Brimstone ultimate along with that res to try and play for the trades at the very least, and then close it out. There's 3 players on B site for MixUp here, and it's 3 of the best at holding the site down.
Smoke's down.
Two players defending A, where the majority of Way2French players are. 3. And the 4th going to be rotating. Cypher by himself over at B, trying to play distraction. Lopsided numbers in Way2French's favor, but Hoppin is going to start it off and use answers back. So only 1 player on the defending team here on the site. A proto going to be walked into and does the walking. Nice job there from MixUp's Raze player. 2 kills for them. And a 3rd potentially stuck in trouble. Gone.
That's not how I saw that round going at all whatsoever for Way2French. So they committed on to, well, first, not holding that angle for where Hoppin was. It was a little bit awkward, especially when you're running out trying to use utility at that point. And so you're not ready to go for that trade. That was one pretty big mistake, I would say, coming out from Way2French on that execute. So Hoppin got a free kill, which ultimately did go down. But the fact that they didn't use or didn't clear out U-Haul or something with that orbital strike, instead coming a little bit later when they took their losses, it made no sense. So now Way2French, you know, their opportunities are slipping here going to the final round. This last force up, it doesn't look the absolute strongest. I thought they would have a little bit more money. They didn't get the bomb plant that time around, and so that does affect them quite heavily here, as it's going to be a 4-man push. Showstopper actually just whiffing onto the car.
Not great. Hop in here, put some smokes down. Where there's smoke, there's fire. But where there's spike, there's nothing, and it goes down. Ooh, shotgun's gonna be good here. So a nice range.
He could be holding this angle a little bit more aggressive, I believe. But right now, the slow lurks. Melio gets one. Hoppin answers back, and Stellar's going to be able to res.
Wow. All the way back and forth. Now, all of a sudden, it's a 2-on-1. Brimstone, the only one alive. Hoppin fakes. Incredible. Is able to grab one. Incredible needs to find the second. Has a loose idea of where the player is. Spray, and we'll see you another day. 13. And that's game one going the way of Way2French.
That was way too close, though. What do they have?
No.
A 9-3 lead?
Way2French.
Yeah, but they had a 9-3 lead, right? Going into the half?
Yeah, you're right.
They had a 9-3 lead going into the half.
Yes.
And this attacking side, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is just blind attacking side where teams are just struggling a little bit. But I mean, we did see some errors throughout that as well, particularly the round beforehand. And right there, I don't know. Part of it was just Melio being able to find that pick over at Showers that really opened things up for them. And of course, also just kind of how they were using their economy as well. Like I said, they were going to be trying to just wear away at MixUp's economy for those last 4 rounds because they had the ability to do so. MixUp were taking heavy losses throughout those rounds. Economy played a major factor in this victory for them.
Do you know why I was laughing? Did you get that? You said that was way too close, and I was like, no, that's way too French. And you were like, what? No, what? Yes, I know that. What are you talking about, dude?
My brain still isn't on, by the way. I've been awake for like an hour and 15 minutes, not that long, and I'm still getting my first bout of caffeine through me right now.
I thought you were just at that point. See, people generally pretend to like me at first, and then after a while, those jokes start to grade.
Oh, like I'm done with you now. I've got like another 2 weeks. I've got another 2 weeks. I can feel it.
All right, good, nice. Now it's the fight night conjunct. We got 2 more weeks here, folks.
And then it becomes the real fight night between the casters. That's yeah.
That'd be interesting. I played my first ranked game this week. It was awesome. So with one in the pocket, I do agree with you. It was a little bit too close. Bind was the first map. We're going to be moving on to a different one. Let me grab my information real quick. I just had it and I lost it. We're moving on to Split. French are going to be... MixUp will be playing Defender on Split. And so an interesting choice one more time. We rarely see Split. Usually we see the Ascent choice. But today we have Bind, Split, and if we need it, we'll go to Haven. So an interesting choice here with Split. This is mid-domination, pretty much. Anything from game 1 tell you how game 2 is going to
go? No. Bind plays so different to Split, right? Bind, it's so much easier to sell a fake, while Split, it really is very aptly named, because you can't really, as an offender, really play both sides. Maybe you can try to lurk, but it's so difficult to sell the fakes over there, especially when you have to rely upon mid as that rotation. And of course, you got to just get that mid control first. But, you know, the fact that the way spawns work on this map, defenders just naturally have that mid control really fast. It's hard to try and smoke them out. The angles that they're able to hold it's relatively safe, especially if you're that operator player playing at the top of mid over by rope room. We see teams just run to a brick wall here.
Really, what I'm I think this is a map that Way2French is going to look real strong on, perhaps stronger than the last one. Raw gun skill, I think, is on the side of Way2French versus their opposition. And looking at MixUp, I like how they're aptly named. More attempts at looking for the mix-up. Shouts to my fighting game players. Looking for the fakes, right? Looking for the split pushes, and then the come around, the retake after the retake is a lot of what we saw to this team. As you highlighted, that doesn't really fly as well on split. I'm eager to see if they get very creative and if they'll do something like that. But not really just set in stone. When it comes down to that mid fight that I always like to look at, gun skill, baby, and I expect to see Way2French kind of up on top there. I also want to see if there's a Reyna player on the team, because this is where Reyna really excels. She owns split.
Yeah, Reyna, as well as Raze. I think we're going to see Razes once again. Just that combination, especially on the defense of Raze Sage. We talked about how difficult it is to try to push up mid. Sage already makes your life difficult, and then Raze makes it a living hell. So I'm definitely expecting to see that one.
We'll figure it all out. We will figure it all out. Players right now just getting set up behind the scenes, and then we're going to jump into it. Last time around, we saw a mirror match of pretty much what we expect to see almost every time on Bind. Cypher, Sova's, Raze, Sage, and a Brimstone. I feel like that's the go-to almost every time on that map. So maybe a little bit of a mix-up here for this next one.
Yeah. Again, we're not seeing anything really deviating from the norm at the way everything's been working. So yeah, I got the totals actually for the T1, right? Cypher was played 146 times out of 154 picks.
Okay.
So he had a 95% pick rate. So, now, maybe we're seeing some Cypherless comps, some Sageless comps as well, because Sage was played 138 times out of 154 picks with a 90% pick rate. So yeah. Small things are changing, but I think, these teams were just, experimenting a little bit more. But sure. What they don't include here on the pick rate is the success rate, right? So that does kind of come into the story, but we're still seeing pretty much as the meta, the top three, Cypher, Sage, and Brimstone coming out so far. And it's kind of understandable, the amount of utility and the amount of just value you're able to get off of them.
Brimstone's my man. Brimstone, I think, is my go-to kind of choice. I play Sova because it's easier. It's less responsibility. Yeah. If I get killed, it's all good, right? As a Brimstone, you have to survive. You're needed in the beginning of the round. You're needed for the retake. You're needed to find players that are lurking with you. You just need the Brimstone at all points in time.
And we also know like how valuable that post-plant molly can be, along with the orbital strike. If you layer those properly, you keep them off bomb for so long, like 12 seconds. Mm-hmm. So yeah, and I definitely was, of course, a huge fan of Brimstone early on. He just reminded me of Gangplank, which was one of my mains back in League of Legends days. So yeah, like naturally was drawn towards. I mean, their ultimates are pretty much exactly the same. So. Yep.
Yeah, Brimstone, really good and competitive, really good on the ranked ladder as well. Ranked has just come out for Valorant. You can work your way up from, I think, Iron's the bottom level. There's one beneath Bronze for all the people that play with me. And Brimstone, very, very strong at that. If you're looking for agents to take into the battlefield, GiantSlayer actually has a series on YouTube, top 5 agents to bring into Valorant ranked. So go ahead and see how that works in your own games. Right now, MixUp trying to play their own game here, walking up the mid, as we said, but hopping, true to his namesake, jump shot, and Hughes goes down. It's a 5-on-4.
And not just that, we didn't get to talk about compositions. You got a Jet and an Omen in play for MixUp. And so we were talking about how Brimstone is very popular, but he's not going to be seen here for them. It's just on the Way2French side.
Omen is a sleeper pick. Omen's also on that list of agents, and less for the shameless plug and more for the fact that I think he's often overlooked. The ultimate, like, sure, that's one thing, but the ability to teleport is actually really, really smooth, and smart players can find the odd angles.
Yeah, that shadow step can be really good, but also just how you can fake people out and gain information with his ultimate as well. He had a 38% pick rate, 58 out of 154 picks during T1.
Sounds about right. Way2French, 2 players left versus MixUp's 2. Thief is going to be one of them, putting the brimstone down. Hoppin's the other. And just like that, the defuse will be good. And the first pistol round goes to MixUp. A very different start to the game as opposed to last time.
I'm just wondering how this defense really holds down mid. Again, like I said, without having the raise, without having the raise basically to really supplement your mid defense. I feel like Way2French have an opportunity to try and play for that. Sure, MixUp can try to play for some maybe one-way smokes to work with, but that doesn't really slow down the push that much. Players aren't afraid to push through smokes if they absolutely have to.
Not really at all. Yeah, the hollow, like you said, it's a little bit different. Everybody in their family coming up this angle, though. Stellar's waiting. 3 so far. And I do say so far. Falls behind. Heals the teammate instead of themselves at 3 HP. That's because Hoppin's a little bit closer. But Nano and Mill win the trade. As we said, the Sage is at 3 HP, but she's got a teammate. And it's 2 in the pocket for MixUp.
Tip your supports, ladies and gentlemen, right there. That's why 3 HP, and your thought is to heal the person that's playing up in heaven. Ultimately, it did work out for him, right? I believe he got one last trade before he went down, so that was of value. So I do like the way that they were playing that angle. Of course, you know, Hoppin was the first one to peek, and he drew all the attention, and then Stellar was playing a further back corner there. And really just held it down. And so, you know, despite the fact that, of course, they're not running that raise, they played that really well and played that towards the strengths of basically what they bring. Now Hoppin changing it up, and he's going to push up a little bit more aggressively. Spots out one, gets the headshot, and finally has to back away 4 HP.
Uh-oh. Slow orb going to be tossed out by Stellar. The spike's going to be picked up here by Way2French. And okay, an easy kill for Melio. Physic wasn't ready. That's as simple as that.
Yeah.
He got walked on. That happens.
That's where, like, sometimes, you know, you're going to hear someone be like, oh, he's just running headshot me. He's like, you just didn't shoot him.
Yeah, no, yeah. It happens all the time. Like,
yeah.
You're sitting there holding the angle.
Who just white swings that?
Somehow it's their fault that they killed you. Like,
yeah, you know, I'm not throwing any shade over towards our players. I'm just kind of commiserating in my own ladder play.
You do it all the time. Oh, look at this! That was cute from Thief. Went all the way around, and Stellar. Yep.
Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday as well on this map here, Split, on how the Cypher player generally plays, and you know, you saw the angles that that Way2French were clearing out. Those were the typical Cypher angles, but now players are playing a little bit more around that pillar and playing smartly against whomever is making their way onto the site and really utilizing the multiple angles that the B site can offer you.
That goes there. Yes.
Way2French, 0 wins after 3. Don't forget, they started last one quite in the opposite direction. But they were also playing from the opposite direction. So, something to note. Last round, it came in full force here. It was an eco. This time around, we should see some weaponry on the side of the attackers, however. So the dart will almost do the damage. Good timely paranoia. That's just a smoke. Will stop that just a little bit. Oh, waiting for him in the ropes. 2 players get the kill on blue side, and it's a 3-on-4. B site is going to be the rotation here. 1 player still straggling behind. Straggling. Wall goes up to take out the backside. Now all of a sudden everything's clear, but from the backside comes through the wall. Here's Johnny. Thief comes through and finds another one. 4-0 for MixUp.
Yeah, they kind of just false sense of security, I would say, is what happened there. You got the wall off. You're like, okay, we don't have to cover CT anymore. But what happened? They just came barreling through. And did they even get the plant? They weren't even able to get the plant on that one. So take a look at the struggling money coming up from Way2French. Full buy coming out, and none of them above 1K after that. Even though they are on max round loss bonus, it looks like they're going to try and go for an A execute at this point, which is something they haven't really fully committed into yet.
Not just yet. We'll see how it works this time around. Neil, with a good look up the ramp, has info on at least one since the dart's destroyed. Smoke goes down. Physics going to move to a different location, a little closer. A Protoss watching the ramp. There's two players here. Sounds like they're making noise because a Proto is going to fall on back. Neil walking with his up. Probably questionable, but he's got two teammates with rifles. Well, he's got one.
He got two there before he goes down. Here comes Hoppin now.
Nice satchel charge. And Hoppin's going to back off. Does have a teammate there. And so whoever comes to peek that will die. Whether or not they get a kill is a different story from up top. Sova takes down Sova. 3 up for MixUp and 2 for Way2French. They have the spike as well, trying to decide if it's A or B. Both? All right. Looks like players are going to commit to B. 17 seconds on the clock. They've got to run if they want any chance to get this. Immediate plant. One waiting up on the right side. Spike goes down. That's the end of the round, baby. Will the save come through?
Gonna try and chase after him, and he does take him down. That is huge. Way2French needed something in this next round here. Is they've got the ultimates to work with, so even on an eco round, you know, there's a big chance for them. If they could have brought a rifle into that round, at the very least, would have heavily improved their chances. So we're going to see a force up coming out. Incredible is going to be picking up an SMG. He's got the light armor. We got Sheriff buys along with the heavy armor on one person. But again, 5 ultimates online. They need to get something here as they've lost 5 in a row.
What is that something, though? I mean, that's the question. Mid is going to be the play, and I think this is the answer, although Hoppin seems to be the one with all the answers. Incredible does come back and find 2, though. So all of a sudden, it's a real ball game. Way2French, 3 players strong, walking towards... Well, they're walking towards a decision because the decision hasn't been made.
Yeah, they got mid control, but now, of course, they've lost everything over at B main. So you see Thief pushed all the way up towards their spawn, now into mid. He's going to be able to spot them out here.
Uh-oh. Thief. 1, 2. That's all he gets. Uses low. Has the heal. Ain't no thing. All by herself, though. Gonna make the long, lonesome run, actually. A brisk pace. All the way to A. 2 players defending B site. MixUp at some point are going to be aware that they've been mixed up on.
It's definitely better for them to just run as 2.
Yes.
Right? If they choose the wrong site, they just come for a 2v1 retake. So whatever, they get the bomb plant. So I think MixUp are still playing this well right now, and especially the fact that they've got a Sova and a Jet. The angles that they can create for the retake are just absolutely incredible.
Fake plant. Just real plant. All right, there it is. MixUp with the big rotation. This would be Way2French's first victory if they're able to pull this one off, the 1v2.
Expertly just dodging that recon drone, so they don't know exactly where he is yet.
Oh, yes, they do.
Yeah, they do.
On the bench. And Way2French. Way too dead. Number 6 here for MixUp. And they are just about halfway away from taking us to a game 3.
Now, I said at the top of this matchup that, you know, having that Sage, great for holding it off. The way that their MixUp are playing it, they aren't committing the walls, right? Which we typically see over at mid by that Sage player. Instead, they're just utilizing the walls, or excuse me, the smoke from Hoppin on that Omen. And have been playing very dynamically with it, making it very hard to predict which angles he's holding. So Way2French have been slowed down on that mid push, and almost every single time Hoppin has been able to find a frag out of that smoke.
He was also one of the high performers last game, and this is, you know, split like we said is you generally pick and choose where you're going. So gun skill works out real well.
Oh.
We speak highly. The old caster's curse. Meal comes through and puts down Hoppin. Nice early kill there.
That was another one of those cases where he was playing that smoke a little bit differently, and you saw Way2French were still watching their backs that entire time. Hoppin almost had that kill. If Mill didn't get the amazing flick, but the second one now, and they're on to the B site.
Mill's been the go-to op player, and I gotta say, sometimes he misses these lined up shots, but the flicks have been impressive. It's kind of how I play, honestly. Sage gonna be caught there on the radar and taken down. That's a 3-piece for Thief, and the defuse comes on through. Lucky number 11 for MixUp.
And at this point, Way2French finally got that mid control. And they tried to, of course, go for that execute onto B, but I kind of feel like at this point, with 6 rounds, 7 rounds, not going their way, they've kind of forgotten what to do after they got mid control.
We got it, boys!
Yeah. So we do have a force up coming out from them. Heavy armors along with sheriffs and that SMG for incredible.
And I like this call. I like this call, actually. I rarely like the force by Jamerson, but I like this call. I think this is a map that you can make use of these long-range weapons on, and or the sheriffs. And
right here.
Simply put, there's no other choice.
Yeah, and again, this is the respect now that they have to really garner over to Hoppin. So they're even sending the drone through the smokes to clear that out for them now. Virgo spotted out one showstopper just to try and get that kill. And I will say that's value. They got Hoppin out of the way, but here's the res.
Ooh. That res hurts. Secondary kill, though. Nano.
Oh, the dieback.
Nice job. Thief is going to come through and Cypher ultimate everybody. He sees everybody coming out from the attic. A Proto. Trying to find the shots. Gets 2. Nano answers back, but Thief ultimately will put him down. A nice look from Way2French. Again, they had the early part of that round, but not the mid and the late. MixUp like kind of failed in the first one. This is a lot different, though.
Yeah, I feel like this is where you just heavy commit onto A now. Mid control is not working. You got to try and get something going over at the A site. You know, go for that A main, A ramp split, control heaven, and then go ahead and take it, because mid to B is not working at all. It is not working at all. The best that they've gotten is spike plants, you know, not even a single round quite yet. Take a look at how much time they have to commit just to clear out these angles. Now the slow orb almost gets them that kill with the Sova ult.
The spike plants also have notably been with just 1 or 2 players alive, right? So that's been problematic as well. Incredible on the team coming on through here. Winds up at the top. Player widely misses. Physic just can't find it. A Proto absolutely can. An interesting non-look in that corner there from the Brimstone.
Oh
1, 2, 3. And a Proto falls to the player on the site. But A beautiful look there beforehand. Now all of a sudden it's a 2-on-2. Way2French with their best look yet. I say that and the spike isn't even planted yet. It's on the ground.
Yeah, it's up in heaven. Not able to recover that. Thief hears that arrow going out, knows that's the best time to go for that peek. Melio will be able to recover the spike, and he's going to run it on over to the B site.
Is this the right call?
He definitely can't plan a A because he has to fight for the duels at that point. The only thing he can do is, run for B at this point.
Well, he's going to try. Smokes out his own ascent. Spike down. Players are here. Where are they coming from? Up? No, it's down. No, it was up. They came from heaven. And they sent them all the way down. Number 9 here for MixUp. The defenders win again, Jamerson.
Yeah, this is looking really bad for Way2French. We have full money. We had full money on 2 players at the beginning of this round. We do have Physic, of course, committing into that operator, but currently, with the way that money's standing, they could just rifle by for the rest of this half, and they'll be able to contest Way2French every single time. Again, it's that same situation. By the end of the round, they built up such a huge, or by the end of the half, they built up such a huge bank that Way2French are just going to have to fight it out into a rifle round every single time.
Ooh. Hopping just barely avoids the elevator ride there. Now I'm going to hide here in the corner, knowing players are coming through. Trying to cause some dread on the enemy side. Jumps, takes a whole lot of damage, though, and Nano finds an angle. Hate that play. Here's a different style, though. A Proto shows up with a double kill. Yunes will cut that short by rezzing the teammate. Stellar dies immediately. 2 players on MixUp, Way2French with 4 up. Now, this is one of the better looks that they have had. And again, I spoil them with Caster's Curse. Thief looks great.
Midio does find one more, though. And damage was done to Thief now, so he's at 11 HP, doesn't have a heal to work with in a 1v2. The thing is, though, Thief, he doesn't have to play for the round win. He's actually got the bomb down over by mid, so he's lurking now over at sewers.
Okay. They caught him.
Yeah.
Way2French get on the board. It's a great look, Jamerson. Where do they go from here?
Well, definitely taking the next 2 rounds is what they want to work with. As, again, this is still just an uphill struggle. So I miscalculated the economy just a little bit, but MixUp should still be good, even if they lose this round, to have a competitive by going to the final one if they end up losing it here. Way2French, though, still struggling just a little bit on that money front now, and they're playing it a little bit more default. They're steering away from that mid. They've got 2 right now. They've 2 right now over at the A site, getting that information. A ramp is kind of clear. They were spotted out themselves by that drone.
Sova. Ult for ult. Meanwhile, mid is a bloodbath. Brought to you by Stellar. And after all that, MixUp 3 strong, Way2French 2. Physic gonna come with the flank. And Meal catches Stellar on the outside. Planter will be successful, but that's that. MixUp find number 10 here. And although Way2French are on the board, 1 away from the half, this is worse than MixUp looked in game 1.
Yeah, it was a 9-3 half for Way2French. Now it's MixUp with a 10-1, possibly even 11-1. And so here comes the buys out of Way2French. And because they took that last round before this one, right? Their loss round bonus just got absolutely reset. They got nothing to work with. They invest into an operator instead of trying to go 2 extra rifles. Very odd choice coming out from Way2French.
On the B site as well. Operator here is real rough to make use of until you're defending the retake. 2 players from D still over at A site. And Way2French have 2 players here in mid. The other 3 are all the way there. A Proto starts us off and gets 1 kill for their team. Information gathered. Hop and drops low and drops 3 players. And that's that. First half done. MixUp 2 away from the game.
I didn't even see that first person go down to Hoppin because I'm pretty sure he killed the person behind who he was aiming for. I don't know. I couldn't tell. It just all happened so quickly. 1 clip and then Way2French were dead. So at this point now, MixUp. Sure, there's like no way for Way2French to get back into this one, right? Like Way2French kind of, you know, they gave us a little bit of moment of pause when MixUp were stringing together a few rounds once the half swapped last time around. But this is definitely one of those kind of situations where you see a few rounds going one way and you still don't worry. But again, MixUp, they shouldn't rest on their laurels. We have to remember this is a best of 3. We need to go to a map 3 because they already 1 map down now. 5 players committing on to the B site as they are straight on in. Melio catches out a Proto.
Nice job. Jet not quite as quick as they planned. Blue team in control here. Way2French looking good so far. MixUp have 1 player up. Stellar's here. 1 player in the back and 1 player on the left, which they're looking for. Yep, knew he was there, but Nano answers immediately. Well played there. Well-timed communication. And just like that, Way2French find their 2nd round of the game. And I was going to say that the half is the great equalizer, right? Mm-hmm. Obviously, it's the first to 13, and so you've got your back against the wall, but I mean, everything's even. Money's reset. Y'all got your guns. So, you know.
Yeah, so we do have a light armor buy coming out from Stellar, but it's that frenzy. I want to see exactly what they try to do with it, and I agree with this play. It looks like they are going to try and push up heavily up through A ramp at this point. No, they're just falling back now. Wonder what signaled that for them.
Smoke? I mean, it's ultra standard. Maybe they wanted to smoke fall back and then come in again, but here's that secondary charge, and it's not working out too well. Number 3 here for Way2French, and now they've got guns, baby. Are they going to keep their subs? 3K? Because, I mean, that's the conversation. You take your subs into round 3, but you can buy the rifles if you don't take a lot of damage with your armor.
So what I'm seeing right now is that Nano is the SMG player, and that's fine because Nano's playing that closer range. They're playing top mid. So they're okay to do that, especially because they're relying more really on their paint shells to do that initial damage, and they just need to chip away for the rest with that SMG. So this is fine for Way2French. They're definitely not putting themselves at too much of a deficit in regards to firepower at that point.
Well, right now, MixUp gonna defend against that mid push into heaven one more time.
Oh, they did actually commit it to the Phantom buy for him. It looks like.
Yeah, so full rifles here. And, hello. Their nose!
No. Oh, my God. Okay.
You thought
I was about to say. No, I thought if like a Proto, tailwinds into that one. But if he got her midair, just, skeet shooting, that would have been nasty. Nasty.
Well, it's Nano and 3 teammates versus a single Sova. Physic gonna walk to B. Make some noise. Location revealed. Cypher dies.
Revealing area.
MixUp still here. Gonna look for the plant. Recon Bolt destroy. He knows there are players coming from the backside. And he's killed through the boxes. 11-4. Way2French. 4 in a row. Right?
Yeah.
Diffuse. What's going on?
They're just trying to recover anything, I think.
Okay.
Running around, making sure they've got all the guns. There we go. The operator pickup. Because, you've only got the 5 seconds after the defuse to try and run to it. And so, yeah. So they save that extra money right there.
You know what I wish they would do in screens? Give me, like, real-time information, you know? Maybe it's a safety issue to give me, like, Delta flight numbers, but, like, at least show me the right time, you know?
Yeah. When you travel a lot, that information is crucial, and I hate how you have to have, like, 10 different apps, You need the United app, you need the Delta app, you need every single app.
Oh, yeah, I know the feeling. Dude, I just walk in with my passport these days. And just go, show me where to go. Just show me where to go, man. Use. Trying to show his team where to go. Hanging up there in heaven as per usual. Physic of the squad going to be rushing into the B site. The A players will make the rotation. Trade out here from heaven. And it's a 4-on-4. 2 coming around from the backside. 3 coming out from the entryway. And the retake is going to be... honestly, a good look here for MixUp, but Way2French just seem to have the gun skills. A Proto goes down.
3 out of
Melio goes down. Thief answers a little bit. 2 players alive here from MixUp to play for the retake, but Meal looking real good. And Way2French, another one. 11-5.
Despite how that round went, they ended up, of course, getting that spike plant. But the very fact that they, were able to at least push up through B main, it goes to show, like, you don't have to always have mid control. And I think Way2French kind of on their offensive end put a little bit too much value there, invested way too much time there, manpower there. The difference is, of course, MixUp do have that jet, right? And she truly does play as that entry. Well, they are playing as that entry, just tailwinding in almost every single time and just getting into people's faces, try to go for that shoulder peek. Really regretting it.
Nice shots. Incredible. One of the better just shooters, right? On the map tonight. Just so much gun control. Always on the right spot with his crosshairs. Just really impressed with the Brimstone player tonight.
Yeah, I might have spoken too soon where I said you see a few rounds being strung together by Way2French and you don't worry. But right now, still though, MixUp. We talked about it. Split is just one of those maps where you end up kind of running your head against the wall time and again. Ooh, the Silvolt almost hits there. And he actually gets it onto Physic.
Oh, wow. From the trailer, I was looking at Hop in there. If I could be annoying about the defender there on B site, Sova shoots the arrow. The trade out comes from up top. And the immediate instinct to shoot it on behind him, he could have ran up and blocked the arrow's vision with the wall and would have been in a much better position. Might have won the trade. And then honestly might have won it all. Instead, it's Hoppin that gets it all done. And MixUp are 1 away from the game.
Finally securing that match point. Hoppin, he was a major contributor in the last map, and he's still here holding it down. Of course, that disastrous start that they had, Way2French, they were able to string together 4 more rounds. Or it was a 10-2 or was it 11-1? It was 11-1, right?
It was 11-1.
11-1. even though they were able to string together 4, how much damage was done to them? I didn't really look at the economy. So see if Way2French can really fight back into this right now. This is what I wanted to see. This is what I wanted to see from Way2French on their offense, to try and go for a full-on A push, which they really didn't try to do at all.
Right. I feel like I'm willing to be told wrong. I feel like this is the easier site to push than B. B is, I think, a little bit more noob friendly because it's, you know, up the walkway, walking up the walkway. But here, I mean, you've got a couple of angles to make use of. A Proto, though, got the knives out.
I know exactly.
Taking 2 down on Way2French. All the information in the world. Nano has no idea. He's going to waste it. Oh, well.
Last round. It's a 2v5. Yep. You gotta kind of just go for that Hail Mary play, but a Proto, I appreciate how aggressive he's been playing on this offensive side, and I think, you know, try to go a bit more for that solo queue mentality, that pub star mentality with it, eventually would pay off. You just need to pay off twice. That's all they needed, right? With an 11-1/2, and so getting super aggressive, going in with the ultimate, with the knives there, paid off for them, gets the 2 entry frags for them, and they're able to close it out with that. And with that victory, again, another one-sided one, we are going to a map number 3.
Hell yeah, brother. Talking about that, though, you got to play the way a Proto did if you select a Jet. I think when we talk a lot about how similar some of these characters are, and it's kind of just do what you will, but there are some differences. You know, if you are playing Omen, embrace the lurk, right? That's what you're going to want to be doing, especially when the ult comes through. Shadow Step works out really well with respect to the short port as well. But if you're Jet, I want to see you running on in there. I mean, that's, if you're not doing it, where's Tailwind going anyway, right? So
yeah, we were talking about some of the Jet plays earlier on in their first few rounds on the attacking side, where, yeah, you know, a lot of Jet players can get a little bit lost in the sauce, and I can understand why. It's kind of disorienting if you're not used to that kind of quick movement, right? If you are coming from something like CSGO, where it is slower, you don't have the same kind of movement things. But if you're coming from something like Titanfall 2, Overwatch, things like that, it's a little bit easier to try to deal with. What?
Nobody's coming from Titanfall 2.
Hey, you don't know. You don't know. There's a little bit. There's a resurgence right now of Titanfall 2 players. That game still holds up. Okay.
You could have said Half-Life Deathmatch and been more relevant than Titanfall 2. Come on.
But when I'm talking about movement, though, the movement in Titanfall 2 was
you're not,
so good.
You're not wrong.
So good.
You and the other 4 players that played it are absolutely.
No, there's like 15,000 players concurrent. What are you talking about? 15,000 concurrent. I think that was last night alone. I'm bringing it back. We're bringing it back.
Don't worry. I'm a Smite fan. I know what it's like, okay? Game 2 in the books, bringing us to a game number 3. Haven is going to be the place, not Ascent. So, I mean, I guess that's the first talking point here about this match, is that we're not going to Italy. We've seen Ascent almost every single time. If we don't get to see it, that means it was map 3. But to not be chosen, what's that?
Yeah, it's kind of odd, especially, you know, just the split pick midway through. I'm not entirely too sure. Let me double check to see whose pick it was.
I'll give you a chance to see that, actually.
It ended up being MixUp's. It was MixUp's pick to go to. No. Wait, it was French's pick to go to split.
Yes.
Wow.
MixUp's going to be defending. And so we're going to give our players a chance to get everything all said and done. Game 3 on the way, going to Haven. We'll be right back with Fight Night.
Sidearms provide players with the most weapon diversity in Valorant. With the weapon for all occasions, players will want to familiarize themselves with all of the choices. Today we'll be taking a look at the Shorty and the Frenzy. We'll tell you how they match up to each other, how to use them, and even when to buy them. With completely different firing methods, bullet spreads, magazine sizes, and damage output, both the Shorty and the Frenzy are in a class of their own when looking at available sidearms. The Shorty is a semi-automatic sawed-off shotgun with a large and unpredictable bullet spread, even when compared to its big brothers, the Bucky and Judge. The Frenzy, however, is a fully automatic machine pistol that follows similar patterns to SMGs and rifles, with its recoil climbing before leveling out, but this little guy works best in short 3 to 4 round bursts. Spraying an entire clip from the Frenzy may look cool, but you probably won't be rewarded for it. Like all of the other sidearms, neither of these weapons offer any kind of ADS or alternate firing method. What you see is what you get. Both weapons have varied magazine sizes. The Shorty has the smallest bullet count in the game with 12, with only 2 shells available at a time. The Frenzy is a bit more forgiving in the magazine department, having 13 in each clip for a total of 52. When comparing their rates of fire, the Shorty is one of the slower firing weapons in the game, having a fire rate of 3.3 shells per second. It's important to note that the Shorty produces 15 pellets when fired. Naturally, as the Frenzy is fully automatic, it's going to boast a significantly higher fire rate at 10 rounds per second, a pinch faster than rifles, but still lagging behind SMGs. These weapons also have wildly different damage outputs and effective ranges as well. The Shorty works best within 10 meters, and each pellet will deal 36 damage to the head, 12 to the body, and 10 to the legs. This little shotgun packs quite the punch and can one-shot anyone who gets too close. While its close range power isn't as potent as the Shorty, the Frenzy can be used a bit further away with an effective range of 20 meters. Dealing 78 damage to the head, this machine pistol can easily two-shot even a fully armored opponent. Unfortunately, with its 26 body and 22 leg damage, it's going to take at least a half a dozen shots to drop enemies with full armor. Be careful when trying to use these weapons out of their effective ranges, especially the Shorty. You'll notice very quickly how hard its damage drops off, not simply because each pellet does less damage, but because of how sporadic the spread becomes. Stick to close quarters. The Frenzy is a tad more forgiving in the ranges it can operate in. Its damage drop off beyond its golden zone of 20 meters isn't as harsh and can still secure kills, although it will require a bit more control when firing at these ranges. By now, we know these guns inside and out. But when should we expect to see them? The Shorty and Frenzy will run you 200 and 400 credits respectively, so there's no high economic commitment to pick them up. This makes them very valuable in both pistol and eco rounds. If your team is looking to play aggressive while spending as little money as possible, pick yourselves up either one of these sidearms. Once you get close enough, the Shorty will instantly kill even the most geared threats. And while the Frenzy doesn't have the precision of the Sheriff, Classic, or Ghost, it does have a much higher rate of fire, which will let you pump out as much damage as you can in the shortest amount of time. While your standard pistols are the more common choices for eco and pistol rounds, players should not make the mistake of overlooking these two weapons. Players who want to have the most success will need to familiarize themselves with all of the sidearms in Valorant. Whether you're looking for the one-shot kill power from the Shorty, or you're looking to spray your enemies down with a hail of bullets, there's a little something for everyone with these two guns. They may be small, but they're definitely mighty.
Today we'll be going over the defender side of Ascent by showing you the routes to the two sites, the basic callouts, the common spike plant locations, and the agents best suited for defending them. Let's get it. A site has way more open space than B site, which allows you to play from further angles. Defenders will want to be familiar with the entryways into A site that attackers will surely fight for. These spots are A lobby, A main, mid cubby, and A link. Now let's take a deeper look into the A site. Starting out of defender side spawn, you'll be given 3 options. 1, you can head left towards A site. 2, go straight towards mid. Or 3, move to the right, which will take you to B site. Since we're starting with A site, let's head left. You'll immediately be given 2 paths. Hey friends, welcome back to Fight Night Arena presented by Juked, your boy fdot and Jamerson here, 2 games deep, getting ready for the rubber match. We've got some fun set up here. Way2French are going up against MixUp, and well, this one has been a coin flip because usually at this point, Jamerson, I like to go, well, we saw this and we can expect this for game 3, but game 1 and game 2 were complete opposites. So your guess is as good as mine. I feel that. I agree. 100%. Definitely alongside here for the ride. What else do you have to say?
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I was muted there, but yeah, the fact that both maps were polar opposites, in the fact that, you know, each side took a drastic win. Haven here is a completely different case, though. Haven is an opportunity where I don't think the offense gets as shut down. There's so many more opportunities for play, for really utilizing mid and garage control by either side. So again, it is still a toss-up on who this can go to, just because we had such dominant wins on either maps beforehand.
Yeah, and so is that B site? You guys are so sure. You guys are 100% sure this is B site.
I will shave just a line down the middle of my head right now if it is not.
I need to find this out right now. Because I will, if it's not, I will buy you a pair of clippers right now.
You know, I would be okay with being wrong, because clippers are like price gouged right now so hard that I would openly accept it to do that.
I can imagine, actually. Oh, no. Well, we'll see who gets shaved this time around, because one team will stick on. Last week, we saw Big Frames take it, and they've kind of been the top dog. They won the last week, too. If you're new to Fight Night, the way it works is two teams come head-to-head in order for the right to fight against the top team who had stayed on the table from last time. So Way2French and MixUp fighting for the opportunity to get into that best of three. And Physic wants it just a little bit more than anyone else, I suppose. First blood goes to the Sova player on MixUp. And half HP will be healed up by Stellar. And so a full 4-on-3 as two quick shots from Way2French happen, busting onto the C site. One long rotation from long and two short from the close side. Spike planted. No eyes down this long side. Raze walking, getting it. Nice job from Thief. And here's the retake. Couple of shots good from Way2French. It's just the Sova player. Thief grabs one. Can't find the second. Almost surely thought it was coming. Oh, rough stuff, but a nice look there from...
There were some really weird timings there. At the beginning of the round, the Breach ended up using his stun through Garage.
Yeah.
Which was something that you would have definitely wanted to hold on to for 15 seconds later, where the push came through Garage. That would have slowed them down drastically. And then, of course, there was a molly timing that was very odd coming off from MixUp. And then that last kind of push out from Defender's side, when they knew they had the flank coming in, that Cypher player that was coming up from C long. So just a lot of missed timings coming out from MixUp that ultimately ended in that loss for the pistol round.
Breach can be a little bit, Breach can be tough to play simply because there's no feedback on if you, like, hit your stuff, right? You don't get Call of Duty hit markers or anything, so it's kind of tough to just wildly shoot that stuff through the wall. Nice shots. Crosshair a little high that time around, still doubles back and is able to find shots into the chest. MixUp one player left. And the shorty comes up big, but incredible comes up bigger. And so 2-0 for Way2French. And let's breach the topic. So we see the wall guy. Breach more acceptable here on Haven? More walls to make use of his abilities, per se?
Yeah, also just the distance. Okay, they're having trouble with this boost. Oh, boy. There we go. Yay! All right, they got it ultimately in the end. But yeah, it's the simple fact that, like, if he plays around mid or even at Garage, he can affect the entirety of the map with his stun. And of course, yeah, having those extra walls to work his flash off of definitely helps. So Proto starts it off with an aggressive push up mid, but it's instantly traded back. Hoppin finds one more.
Hoppin is 3 agents deep in 3 games. And the MOBA player in me loves that. I really love to see a flexible player. It's really impressive to me. Especially how well Hoppin played the Omen last time. Physic here. Oh, man. Itchy trigger finger. Got the info, but fired too soon. Hoppin, on the other hand, coming down from the other side, is able to grab a kill. Another trade out. And all of a sudden, well, it's like that. MixUp find their first win of the contest. Round 3, kind of expected. Not expected, but not surprising. Round 3 is where you kind of talk yourself back into the conversation.
Yeah, we see that very frequently. I think, you know, there's generally, for fight nights now so far, 85% conversion rate for, a conversion rate off the first 2 rounds, maybe like 15%, right? For the team that wins those 2 rounds, converting that 3rd round, it's around 15 to 20%, I would say, so far. And a lot of it just, honestly, I think does come down to the difference in firepower. Having that SMG up against the Vandal or a Phantom or even an Operator. Tries to go for that shoulder peek this time around. Physics does not hit. So we've got 2 players going up long A.
Physics has fallen for that, not just this game, but also some of the other games as well. Players, and at this point, I'm almost sure that the enemy team knows it. You give them a quick little flash of body, and immediately the shot comes out, knowing that you're going to have the opportunity. You're going to have the opportunity to hold that angle before the next peak next time. So, Physics got to hold that shot a little bit better. Breach lands the stun, and Way2French angling towards A.
The smokes have already gone down for MixUp as well, so they're starting to run out of utility. I believe they use their smokes over at A anyhow. They've got the cyber cages set up, both at short and long, as they do push up just a little bit over at short A, but here we go. Here comes the execute with 30 seconds to go.
Trouble is MixUp has to rotate all the way from C site. Spike carrier is down, though, after a fantastic performance by Thief, who Hughes finally puts down. But it's trouble here, as Hughes finds Stellar. Hughes against the wall. Spike fake planted. Left side information revealed. Stays and waits. Nice discipline there to wait for the Brimstone player. I don't know if she knows there's 2 players here. And she doesn't. Hughes was ready for the 4th, but not the 5th. Physic is there to end the round 2-all.
Still a little bit too close for comfort there. When you've got the time and you've already know that they're not committing to the plants, you make sure you secure that round. You don't need to go for the double peek. You can just, of course, leave one man back at CT. So even though they got that round, I don't like the manner in which they got it. Still, though, they're going to tie it up 2-2. As Way2French coming into this one, looks like they do force up. It's going to be Mill. He's going to go without any guns or armor. So he's going to take point. He's going to get good information for them here in Garage, and this might be a C push, but take a look at how aggressive Hoppin is playing on this breach.
Yeah. Just walking all the way up. Going to get the complete backside of this slow push through mid. Nano is going to be coming out from the top side. Hoppin grabs 1. Communication is not there as Hoppin grabs the secondary kill. Orbital strike will block off the wall. A Proto is already taken down Hughes on the left-hand side. Hoppin gets confused and tries to shoot his teammate, but then Physic with the Colette comes up big and finds the op kill. Hot dog. Yes. So I say hot damn. So I say hot damn a lot. And yesterday I was like, I don't know, I was a little sick. I was confused. I wasn't sure if I could say damn. So I just said hot dog, and chat roasted me for it. And I like look back at it. I'm like, yeah, I should be roasted for that.
Just like a hot dog over an open fire. There you go. Operator versus Operator this time around, though. And so let's see. Physics is actually playing this time around over at Garage Doors. Oh, Thief.
Man. Hughes is able to get the trade out. Thief has been very big for MixUp in this match so far. 4-on-4. And the res makes it a 4-on-5.
See right there, that's where the Vandal versus the Phantom argument comes into play. If you know you're going to play that aggressive and you cut the distance short, Phantom, the rate of fire probably gets him that second kill there.
Okay, I'm forever a Phantom player. The Vandal, of course, shows up a little bit better when you're taking the longer angles, right?
Oh yeah.
There they are.
Hughes walks onto the side alongside Melio. They both get a kill. Spike going to be planted. Two players have mixed up on... Oh. Okay, they're going for the long flank. I thought they were immediately saving. I was very confused. It's going to be a cautious flank, though. So they are planning on saving. Okay.
Yeah, this is just a full save for them.
5 players, yeah. No, okay.
They took the last 3 rounds, but with Way2French taking this, you have to save, especially because it's that operator. You cannot let that one go down right now, or your economy just goes straight into the gutter.
Yeah, definitely gets smoked a little bit. And so because of that, here you see Way2French now playing a little bit more for the picks. Hoppin will win this one. And that be that. 3 tied. And this is, of course, this is how this goes, right? The first game we saw 9 unanswered rounds, except for a single one, right? It was 9-1 at the half or something like that, or 11 to... It was 10 to 2 at the end of the half, if I'm not mistaken, for the first game. And then the second one, we had 8-4. I said that backwards. But now we have back-to-back, and that's really the important point that I'm getting to eventually is the fact that, like, this one has been back and forth, and that's uncharacteristic for the first 2 games.
So to hold it down over at C by himself.
Revealing area.
Definitely say it's a little bit weird that maybe at least the tripwire wasn't set up for him, and Hoppin didn't have the CC ready. A little bit of a breakdown of communication, but it doesn't matter. Stellar is able to pick up 2. Rotates now over to Garage, and that's bombed down on the C site with the 2 players over at Long.
Going to be kind of rough here as the spike is down on C site. Stellar and the homie coming through, and another one.
Oh, the dieback.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
I have the spike.
Spike going to be planted here. And this allows the players to watch the spike from his corner to the right of our Cypher player, allowing vision on Garage. The shot misses. Thief walks up, grabs one, and Stellar grabs the other. Beautifully timed, beautifully communicated, and just up and down the right play. And MixUp finds 4.
Yeah, they were planning for Cubby, planning for Long, but they were just cut off by the players already inside Garage, and they just couldn't play for that, and weren't able to really try to dwindle down the clock just for that simple fact that you already knew there was presence over by Garage. Now let's see, we do have. Looks like it's going to be a force-up coming out, or a half-buy out for Way2French here.
Physics still has this up. It's been tough going for him, but I understand it. Nano, on the other hand, with the Giga Sheriff. Tosses the nade to the left-hand side. Nonsense goes up in heaven as well. Nano trying to make himself get up there, and successful. Hiding in the smoke.
There's someone up here with him.
Yeah? It's all the way in the corner, though.
It's the Sage on the other side.
Oh, surprise! Nano not ready for that, I suppose. Great information given to Stellar. Fantastic. Hoppin coming from down, Stellar coming from up. Comms are saying when Hoppin should fire. And there it is. And now the all-out rush. Hughes gets 1. Hoppin's able to answer back.
Gun here.
Nice shot. Hoppin out of control this time around.
Whew. MixUp are able to secure that round, but it was a little bit iffy there. I feel like I'm fairly certain Nano saw him in the smoke, by the way. He shouldn't have lost that duel. He should have been prepared for that. I'm 99% certain that he knew that the Sage was up there, or at least that someone was up there.
Yeah. Well, excuse me. Definitely tough to figure out where the players are, I suppose. But you got to be ready for when that smoke dissipates, right? You know it's not going to be 20 minutes. You just, man, disappointed in that because that could have been a much more exciting play. Oh, well, all's fair in love and war as we win the round. MixUp, that is. 5-3 so far. And they're going to start this one off in a good way. Thief in the backside as the team prepares for an A-site push.
Yeah, they're already onto the site now, coming through, but it's going to be the player at short that's going to try and slow them down. And he gets the first kill onto Thief as a Proto also goes down. Stella finds one, though, but it doesn't even matter. This was a great push coming out from Way2French.
Spike could be planted. Can't shoot through that. Things like that. Oh! Nice flick, but Nana was in the air and gets it undone. Sage shows her face, does about 80 damage to the rifler. Has a backup assault. And you've got to be careful here. Nice job from Hoppin. One player left, and it's Hughes who gets it. The attackers take it 5-4.
These are very crucial rounds for Way2French to be winning as well. Not just to, of course, keep the scoreline even, but try to keep the economy in line and make sure that MixUp aren't just running away with things. I mean, take a look at the buy coming out for them. We're seeing a Guardian coming up from Physics here, along with Hoppin now committing on to a light armor with the operator this time. And a Proto, just, he's got nothing. Well, maybe we see an SMG coming up for him.
Right here.
Hello?
Brief pause. No, I just noticed that.
Okay.
Yeah. I was sitting here just waiting, like, what is he going to buy? But a brief pause as our players step away for a moment. 5-4 as we head into our 10th round here and use 10, 6, and 2. Been saying their name a lot, and Hoppin and Thief have been the go-to fraggers, I think, on Mixin.
Yeah, all 3 rounds so far. You know, Hoppin, I ended up middle of the board last round, but still he had some very, very important rounds where he came up for them. But I'm not surprised right now that he's 9-6-2, that he's tied basically for top frag. What I am surprised by, though, is, of course, the Guardian buys coming out from either side.
Good. I listen. I love the Guardian. I play the FAL in Counter-Strike, or excuse me, in Call of Duty. I love the single, and I'm a pistol guy when it comes to CS. I like the single fire guns. The Guardian, though, I mean, it's a little bit less expensive. And why are people so afraid of the Guardian? It's still just as strong, right?
I mean, of course, you've got that one-tap potential, but sometimes people are, requiring 2 or 3 bullets to hit that headshot, right? Which the Guardian's rate of fire does not afford you that whatsoever. You got to hard hold the angle, and you got to just hope that first shot hits. If you don't, you're going to lose that duel instantly. So, you could say that, but you could also just, commit 800 extra. Is it 800 extra credits
yes,
to make sure that you get a second and third bullet in that time that it takes the Guardian player to shoot 1 bullet.
Man, but you see that always gets me so annoyed because I just sit there and all I did through closed beta, I tried to main the Guardian. Because I was like, listen, the Guardian. If we are all robots with aimbot, Guardian players are better, right? Because it's cheaper, right? It like there's nothing if I'm a robot. The Vandal and the Phantom are easier weapons for other players, and I never won a game in closed beta. I just want the Guardian to work. It doesn't.
No, I agree. I've always been like an off meta pick kind of player here, but here we go. We're heading into the round right now, and so Nil already starting it off. Use with the Guardian picks up 2.
You love to see it. Let's go. Nato's gonna walk in onto the site here, and A's wide open. Spike's still not here. Incredible, bringing it up, putting it on down. Surprise!
That's still a 50% success rate, though, for the Guardian, because we had a Guardian on the opposite end. So,
listen, okay, listen. I saw a double kill with the Guardian. That's what I'm going to bring home. A lot of players here for MixUp's lone Sage to deal with, and so she's going to hang back, save up. It's the right call.
Revealing area.
Undoubtedly the right call. Chasing her with an op might not be the right call. But when you've got 5 players up, at least somebody can grab it.
yeah, I mean, we saw both sides really forcing their economy to make sure this round was won. It was a crucial one, as there's only 2 rounds left in this half. Way2French being able to survive with all 5 players, that's so important. Converting a lot of those guns, you remember, started off with the Guardian. Now that 2100, 2200 investment, he's got a Vandal in it, along with those kills that he was able to get up. So, I mean, you know, speaking of numbers, he came up basically like 1,300 credits in that last round, along with getting that round 1.
Use 12, 6, and 3. KDA of 2.0. Let's say KD. I'm not math efficient to do the assists as well, but 2.0 on the KD. Looking real good. Flick there, not going to be on the mark from Meal, and so Yu's going to walk on up. Gets shot through the smoke by a pistol. Oh, no. But it's the rifles on the red team that are able to do work. 3 versus 4. Way2French now cut down to 3-on-3. Good plays from a Proto. 3 for the doggy. And Melio answers with a double kill. 1-on-1. Hat guy versus hat guy. And the spike can be walked back all the way to either B or A. The judge, not the gun for this.
He should be able to recover something. As soon as he hears that bomb plan, he's going to pick up something else. Right now, he doesn't even want to take that timing opportunity, you know, to be taken advantage of at this point. But now he's actually too far away from the guns to be able to swap. So there we go. He's going to go ahead and fall back just a little bit. Uses the camera. I want to see him go back over to the C site. And I wasn't speaking about Way2French, by the way, but there he is, wrapped all the way back around, and he's on the C site.
Okay. 20 seconds remaining here, and this is where we have our one-on-one
games.
He ain't even gonna have time to plan. My dude. My dude.
No. Yeah, he's got the spike plant, and there we go. That's the Phantom pickup.
If I can watch that play, if I can be opinionated real quick, I hate it. I did not like the full wrap to back to C. I think in that situation, you just run to A and slam it down.
I think it might have been a little bit of greed. He might have wanted to back around and plant on the C site so that post plant he could play for the op.
Yeah.
At round end he could play for the op, but instead it goes back into the hands of MixUp here, and you know, MixUp with that force up with Hoppin. It really came down to Hoppin pulling up that bulldog that secured that round for them, really bringing down the numbers of Way2French and allowing MixUp to claw right back into that. But Way2French, still, they've got a full economy. They have a full buy. They have an opportunity to tie this up 6-6 going into the half.
Tough stuff. Not the greatest look here. Way2French trying to tie it on up.
Enemy mark.
A site going to be the choice one more time. They do leave one back to protect from the flank. MixUp know all about it, so the full rotation, it'll be a 5-on-5 as nobody's on the site just yet. Hold that. Sova's going back to C. So a 5-on-4. As MixUp should be able to play D here.
Cage tripwire destroyed.
Here comes a big ultimate to clear out heaven. And Incredible's just going to get the kill on Thief. Hughes, however, gets CC'd by breach through the wall. Meal, not so successful with that nonsense. Stellar raises Thief from the dead. That's up in heaven. And Nano's ready to toss some ordnance up there. No kills. Spike planted. C4 laid on the ground, around the corner. One gets headshotted. The second player will. Third is not so lucky. And so it's a 2-on-1. Meal, the lone player here from MixUp, gets put down. And Way2French tie it up at the half.
And yeah, I figured this is basically what the story that we're going to have, especially after our first two maps on Split and on Bind going so decisively either way, that once we got over to here to Haven, where it's a bit more balanced of a map where attackers aren't definitely just shut down. They have a lot more agency in the way that they want to play the map, that we would see something like this. But 6-6, I guess that it is just the storyline of the map or storyline of the match so far.
Really is. I mean, back and forth forever. Let's see how MixUp does, because Way2French were very interesting with their approaches, almost always A or C, completely avoided B site. Not a single plant attempt at B. Not even an attempt. Through the boxes, there's a trade 1, but Nano's successful, grabbing 2, misses the third. Meal's there for the cover. Nano's still here, tossing everything down the hallway, taking damage. Help from the teammate. They're going to double peek this hall. Nah, they're going to wait. They hear. Oh, right side, left side. Got him.
All right, Way2French secure that one. No, like I've stopped putting a lot of emphasis on the pistol round, having to win the pistol round, because it doesn't seem like, it's anything like that's similar to Counter-Strike, right? Like in Counter-Strike, you win that pistol round, you can string it together for 3 to 4 rounds easy, depending on like how the economy works and which side you're on and which side won that pistol round. But with the fact that Valorant, all weapons are accessible to either side, it makes a huge difference in how the economy works here. So that third round, that's what we're looking for as well. If the team that wins the first 2 rounds are able to convert that third round, then yeah, that is great for them. But fairly regularly, we do not see that happening. Incredible pushes through, picks up 3 before he finally goes down.
Just chowing down. I mean, players just lining up. Stellar also going to grab a 3-piece. Man. MixUp 2 versus Way2French's 2. Both players here on the C site. Physic gets 1, and Stellar finds the second. A quadra kill here for the Sage player. Spike won't have time to be put down, but it's 7-7, and we're drinking our way to the end.
Now this is, where things get fairly awkward. Especially for Way2French. Take a look at the buys, right? We do have 1 SMG left, but it's a force-up coming out from Way2French here. We got the Bucky along with a few other weapons for the defense, and we'll see if MixUp play with respect for this anti-eco. But this is scary. They're walking to the sidelines of Bucky's.
Oh no, that's not the look that you want. Location revealed so far. A site going to be the commit here, it looks like. Yeah, all A for MixUp. Running on in. Cyber Cage is down. Good information, though. Mello sees everybody and is able to grab it. Trade out. That time, not a great look. Physic gets the kill.
Spike planted.
2 players versus 3. Spike down. Way2French looking for the retake. How do you like the positioning of MixUp here?
They had an opportunity to try push someone up through short, and so I don't like that they're all 3 approaching over here from defender spawn. Stellar's got a nice angle under dark.
There's one. Not gonna find the second. And that's that. Defuse here for Way2French. Gross. So 8-7 on the eco. Thrifty. Nice look. So at least one player will get a free weapon.
Like I was saying, they needed to play a little bit more respect for that anti-eco. Just for the simple fact that, you know, you understand that in terms of economy, you have the advantage. You're going to see something maybe cheesy coming out from Way2French on their defense. Play a little default, get the information out, try to play for the picks instead because you do have that range advantage generally here in these rounds, but they didn't. They walked straight up through B and they got absolutely punished for it.
I mean, you got to adjust from there, right? And so how do they approach this round compared to the last one?
Looks like the game plan is roughly the same. This time around, though, more of the focus is going to go over towards the double doors and it might just be an all-out rush through. Incredible, though. It's that first pick onto Hopton.
Found the first one, but oh, man. User's going to answer after the fact. Slow it on down as he pushes in. Has Nano up high. But the player's going to run away from double doors. Incredible has been landing those shots. That one right there, he just couldn't find the rhythm. You know what I mean? Rough stuff.
And I don't like that MixUp also committed their res into this round. This it was definitely a res that could have been saved for another one. Now in this 1v3, wonder what he's got if it's even worth saving. No.
The frenzy.
He should 100% try to play for a frag here, even if he goes down.
Well, did he get shot with the recon dart? Nice try, MixUp. That's number 9 here for W2F. That's cute. Way2French is WTF.
That actually, yeah, finally, it only took us 3 maps. It only took us 3 maps.
took us 3 maps and 16 rounds on the 3rd map to get there. But we got there.
Yeah, but see, this is where, again, when you've got the full rifle buys, when you're fighting on equal footing, where a pick is so important, and numbers advantage is so important, where I wish Stellar had held on to his ultimate.
This is a loud movement towards C site. Using a good spot with that rifle. Sees the arrow come down, and it's going to be followed up with a big Sova hit. And gets the kill. And it's on the stage. Oh, Incred, waiting. Oh, nobody knew he was there. 1, 2. Can he find the 3rd? Can't figure out where it is. It is down long. Nobody in garage just yet, although there are 2 lurking there. And so the fire pit will keep them at bay for now. Melio trying to come through the other side. Melio lets the smoke clear. Takes some shots, won't find anything. MixUp 3 players strong versus Way2French's 3 as well. C-Site still the target as the spike is on the floor there. Meal. 13 HP, but lucky this time. Wins it out versus Physic down long. Now gonna have to deal with players coming out of garage.
Removed.
Ooh, really nice play from Thief. Understands he's probably pinched. But then loses the fight versus the op player. 13 HP on the last player here. Stellar's gonna heal themselves back up. Ooh, couldn't get it. couldn't get it. The one-tap shot, baby. And Meal, bad luck 13, coming up good. And way2French are 3 away from the match.
Yeah, that was so close. I mean, he was just body shot, right? But he clutches it out. Absolutely clutches that one out. Now, imagine if they had the res. I'm a hark on it. Imagine if they had the res.
I mean, you're not wrong. If they had the res, everything would have been different. But you know,
Hoppin peeking that one at an odd timing. His flash hadn't gone off before he went across the corner there. Melio up high, finds one.
And there's the second, finds the third. We have had so many multi-kills in this matchup between these two teams on these 3 maps. Does that have to do with the way players, I mean, because sometimes it's just the way the cookie crumbles, right? But we have had so many that I think it's fair to identify a trend here and start to dissect why. So is this a result of players entering the sites more haphazardly? Should they not line up? Or is it really just like, wow, these guys are great?
Triple peaks are weird, but honestly, like these guys, their spray transfers have been fantastic so far. Like we talked about earlier, crosshair placement has been good. They're like individually, mechanically, most of them are playing, just spot on. It's just a lot of other decisions that are kind of like hindering a lot of the teams right now. Oh my gosh. Did he hear him walking off?
I don't know. Oh, and has the teammate on the right side. Gotta wait for it. There's the bot. Tries to run them down when the nade is coming through. Meanwhile, Nano, 6 HP in a dream here.
Wow. Takes
out 1 and 2. The grenade around the corner. Won't find number 3. Almost kills herself in the process.
Heads up. Cage give me a corpse.
Cyber Cage down to block off main. Sova can shoot right on through. Not finding anyone just yet. Oh, never mind. Caught this player out here in the cubby. Stellar shows up. Use as well. It's a 2-on-1. And way2French are 1 away from fighting big frames.
Double operator for way2French, and this is definitely one of those maps, especially on the defense, that you can run it. Force up, of course, having to come out from MixUp. It's honestly, you have to play this every round like it's the last round. So we got the Guardian, like I said, for Hoppin. Last time might have been on a Proto. Not entirely too sure here, but take a look at how aggressive they're going to try and play with this.
Walking out of here. Real aggressive is way2French. And I appreciate this type of aggression on the last one, right? Just like, get me out. We've got some rounds to play with. Let's throw it all at the wall and see if we can end it real quick by surprise.
Yeah, they've also got 5 rounds to work with to try to work this out. So they have plenty of room for error to try and catch MixUp off guard with a little bit of cheese here. But here we go. It looks like the execute's going to come down over on to the A site.
Breach lines up the ult, tosses it on through, comes out from underground. Nobody on the right-hand side. Cyber Cage is here, but gets a chance to see on through. And the opposition is able to cut down players coming from long. Hoppin answers back, shouts to the Guardian for 2. And it's a 3-on-3. MixUp have planted. way2French looking for the retake. Nano coming from long. Finds one. Sloppy, but gets the kill. Knows that there's one in cubby. And Nano shows up, able to grab the one onto site. Last player. God. And just like that, best of 3 in the books. That's Fight Night, baby. way2French will move on, and they'll play big frames.
Yeah, and ultimately they're just way2French. I think it was a great push coming out from MixUp. But they did not of course, check every single angle. There's should have been no reason why that player, who was it that was holding it out? Was it Nano? No. Yeah, it was Nano, right? That ended up getting hit by the Breach ultimate.
Yes.
Yeah, Nano ended up getting a two-piece, even though like he was stunned up. His rate of fire was basically null void. There was no reason why he should have gotten two. With the way the transfer works, the timing on the bullets and everything, someone should have been able to at least trade away for that, at the very least, instead of allowing him to pick up a double kill.
Well, as I say, coulda, shoulda, woulda. It doesn't wind up going their way. Big frames lie in the shadows. And so they're going to be the ones that are coming head-to-head versus Way2French. An interesting matchup. Before we go to break, how do you think that one's going to go? Because at this point, we've seen big frames. We can kind of talk about how they're going to play. How do you think they match up against this team?
I mean, we still had back and forth last week as well, right? Didn't we go to map number 3 for the finals as well? So I think right now the competition is heating up, and so we're definitely going to see longer, more drawn out matches as we continue to bring on new talent. And so I think this is also one of those that are going to go to a map number 3.
We can only hope. That said, half of the night's already done. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Fight Night after this.
Sidearms provide players with the most weapon diversity in Valorant. With the weapon for all occasions, players will want to familiarize themselves with all of the choices. Today we'll be taking a look at the Shorty and the Frenzy. We'll tell you how they match up to each other, how to use them, and even when to buy them. With completely different firing methods, bullet spreads, magazine sizes, and damage output, both the Shorty and the Frenzy are in a class of their own when looking at available sidearms. The Shorty is a semi-automatic sawed-off shotgun with a large and unpredictable bullet spread, even when compared to its big brothers, the Bucky and Judge. The Frenzy, however, is a fully automatic machine pistol that follows similar patterns to SMGs and rifles, with its recoil climbing before leveling out, but this little guy works best in short 3 to 4 round bursts. Spraying an entire clip from the Frenzy may look cool, but you probably won't be rewarded for it. Like all of the other sidearms, neither of these weapons offer any kind of ADS or alternate firing method. What you see is what you get. Both weapons have varied magazine sizes. The Shorty has the smallest bullet count in the game with 12, with only 2 shells available at a time. The Frenzy is a bit more forgiving in the magazine department, having 13 in each clip for a total of 52. When comparing their rates of fire, the Shorty is one of the slower firing weapons in the game, having a fire rate of 3.3 shells per second. It's important to note that the Shorty produces 15 pellets when fired. Naturally, as the Frenzy is fully automatic, it's going to boast a significantly higher fire rate at 10 rounds per second, a pinch faster than rifles, but still lagging behind SMGs. These weapons also have wildly different damage outputs and effective ranges as well. The Shorty works best within 10 meters, and each pellet will deal 36 damage to the head, 12 to the body, and 10 to the legs. This little shotgun packs quite the punch and can one-shot anyone who gets too close. While its close range power isn't as potent as the Shorty, the Frenzy can be used a bit further away with an effective range of 20 meters. Dealing 78 damage to the head, this machine pistol can easily two-shot even a fully armored opponent. Unfortunately, with its 26 body and 22 leg damage, it's going to take at least a half a dozen shots to drop enemies with full armor. Be careful when trying to use these weapons out of their effective ranges, especially the Shorty. You'll notice very quickly how hard its damage drops off, not simply because each pellet does less damage, but because of how sporadic the spread becomes. Stick to close quarters. The Frenzy is a tad more forgiving in the ranges it can operate in. Its damage drop-off beyond its golden zone of 20 meters isn't as harsh and can still secure kills, although it will require a bit more control when firing at these ranges. By now, we know these guns inside and out. But when should we expect to see them? The Shorty and Frenzy will run you 200 and 400 credits respectively, so there's no high economic commitment to pick them up. This makes them very valuable in both pistol and eco rounds. If your team is looking to play aggressive while spending as little money as possible, pick yourselves up either one of these sidearms. Once you get close enough, the Shorty will instantly kill even the most geared threats. And while the Frenzy doesn't have the precision of the Sheriff, Classic, or Ghost, it does have a much higher rate of fire, which will let you pump out as much damage as you can in the shortest amount of time. While your standard pistols are the more common choices for eco and pistol rounds, players should not make the mistake of overlooking these two weapons. Players who want to have the most success will need to familiarize themselves with all of the sidearms in Valorant. Whether you're looking for the one-shot kill power from the shorty, or you're looking to spray your enemies down with a hail of bullets, there's a little something for everyone with these two guns. They may be small, but they're definitely mighty.
Today we'll be going over the defender side of Ascent by showing you the routes to the two sites, the basic callouts, the common spike plant locations, and the agents best suited for defending them. Let's get it. A site has way more open space than B site, which allows you to play from further angles. Defenders will want to be familiar with the entryways into A site that attackers will surely fight for. These spots are A lobby, A main, mid cubby, and A link. Now let's take a deeper look into the A site. Starting out of defender side spawn, you'll be given 3 options. 1, you can head left towards A site, 2, go straight towards mid, or 3, move to the right, which will take you to B site. Since we're starting with A site, let's head left. You'll immediately be given 2 paths that will lead you into A site, A stairs, and A garden. Heading up A stairs will lead you both to A rafters and A window. Defending from A window gives you a higher angle on attackers that may push through A link and A garden. Take notice out of the window here. It's breakable and will always absorb the first shot. Going back to A rafters will give you a higher angle of A site. Dropping down into A site, there are many boxes and angles you can use to defend. Some notable spots are the Radianite boxes in A site, underneath A rafters, or also known as Hell, and behind the generator to the right. Pushing forward and out of A site will take you into A wine and A main. Take note of Ultimate Orb here, as this will be a contested area of the map. You will want to have a defender holding this location. If you go just past the Ultimate Orb, you'll look into A lobby with its deli and gelato shops. Be careful when peeking here, because the attacker spawn is just out and to the right. If this area is clear, you can flank into mid or attacker side spawn. Now let's turn around and go back into the A site and head left. You'll notice a doorway with a panel on the left-hand side. You can interact with this switch that will allow you to open or close the door. The door can be broken by shooting it, and heading through this doorway will take you into A link. To your right will be A garden and A window. Continuing through A link will connect you to mid cubby. Be careful of this angle. Attackers will be right on the other side of the 2 walls. Another note, the panels can be broken in order to penetrate the walls. Having a player defending this area is crucial to keeping attackers from breaking into mid and possibly breaking through to A site. When retaking the A site, you want to look out for the spike to be planted in front of the Radianite boxes and near the generator. Attackers will look to play outside in A main, up top on A rafters, and below in Hell, so check these common spots when attempting to retake the site. When selecting agents for A site, Cypher's a no-brainer. His abilities can perform so well on Ascent, he can even be played at B. Cypher can position his camera to gain intel, while his trapwires and cyber cage are a pain for attackers trying to push in. Omen's also a solid choice at A site because of his Shroud Step and Dark Cover. Omen can use Shrouded Step to change positions, making attackers second guess where he might be defending from. Dark Cover allows him to hold defenders back by smoking off the entryways. Now that we got A site down, let's take a look at playing mid. Mid is definitely an area you want an agent to be holding. Due to Ascent being a smaller map, it means that players are going to be immediately fighting. Attackers want to breach from mid top and mid link. Once attackers have control, they can move into mid courtyard and mid catwalk, looking to flank A or B site. Defenders will need to be highly aware of these areas when playing mid. To get to mid from defender side spawn, just go straight. The area is narrow, which makes it great for close range weapons. As soon as you round the corner, you'll have 3 options. You can tuck into the left cubby, known as mid pizza, go straight into mid bottom, or head right into mid market.
If you head into mid-market, this will connect you to B site. Before we head into B site, let's turn around and cover the rest of mid. Moving into mid-bottom will give you a little more room to move around, but you need to be careful as attackers will be pushing into the mid-courtyard. On the left side, you'll see mid-catwalk, and then mid-top. Attackers will spawn near mid-top, so you'll want to be very cautious when peeking here. If you look to your right, you'll see mid-link, which is also another area where attackers spawn, so tread lightly. Note, these walls can be shot through as soon as you break the barriers. If you continue through mid-link, it will lead to B-lobby or attacker side spawn. Mid can be difficult to hold because of how close the attackers spawn. Playing back into mid-bottom or mid-market is safer, but the angles get harder to hold. Agents that can hold mid well are Sova, Breach, and Brimstone. Sova's a favorable pick because of his Owl Drone and Recon Bot. These abilities allow him to safely gather crucial information at mid. His ultimate, Hunter's Fury, can also help shut down tight areas anywhere on the map. Breach is another solid choice if you choose to play a little more passively. Breach can peek with the help of his flashpoint, and he can also use his fault line and rolling thunder to fight back attackers trying to push into mid. Brimstone's Sky Smokes can cut off important areas like mid-top and mid-link, making him a worthy pick for mid as well. Orbital Strike, his ultimate, can also be used globally to help cut off attackers pushing into objective areas. That's a wrap on mid. Let's move to B. B site is split into two areas, an upper and a lower side. The upper contains a tool shack and the lower, the bomb site. This whole area can be difficult to hold due to it not having a lot of cover. Defenders will need to be familiar with a few spots: B main, B back, mid-market, and of course, B site itself. To get to B site from defender side spawn, you got two options: straight to mid-market, which you already know, or heading right from spawn. This will take you directly to the upper side of B site. Straight across, you'll see the entrance to B main. To the left is mid-market, and to the right, tool shack. Inside the tool shack is another interactable switch for the door to mid-market. Hitting this switch closes the door. You'll want to use this if mid has been breached. Just like the other door at A site, you can destroy it by shooting it. To the left and right of the tool shack are two entries into B site. The right side has stairs that you'll have to go down, while the left side has a higher catwalk that overlooks B site. Dropping down into the site, you'll see that there's not a lot of cover, except to your left at B back. Heading back up towards the tool shack, we'll head into B main. Inside of B main is another tight corridor, but this one holds the other ultimate orb. B main will be a highly contested area of the map because of the orb, as well as attackers being close to here at the start of the round. Take note of the windows just above the orb, as these...
Welcome back to Fight Night. Here we are, it's your boy fdot and Jamerson, excited and ready to get into game numero tres. And we have our friends here in the finals. Big Frames, they're going to be going up against Way2French. I spoke Spanish, but I do not know Francois. Do you know French?
No. I mean, I could try to translate, from the best of my abilities with whatever... like Latin I know, right? And try to kind of do the Romance language translations, but sometimes there's some words that I just don't understand. It's like, how did that end up there? But yeah, apparently they're a French Canadian team, actually. So they're representing our neighbors to the north.
Well, I would hope that they wouldn't be playing from France with, that might
That's
offer
true.
some ping issues, right? I mean...
But yeah, it makes sense. Way2French now. It's actually kind of interesting. From a lot of people that I've met, they say like going up to like the eastern end of Canada is kind of like actually traveling internationally.
Well, I mean, oh, you mean from the eastern side of Canada?
Yeah.
I was going to have to give you some information that Canada was a separate country from the United States.
Yeah.
But I got dunked on while trying to dunk on you. It is I who am the fool. Haven will be our first selection here. And Haven was chosen by French. And so Big Frames will be on defense. And the next time around, we'll go to bind. And then if we need it, split will be the third map, which French have chosen as well. So eager to see this one start off. if you are new to Fight Night, Big Frames, this is their third week running. They won 2 weeks ago, they won last week, and here they are staying on the table. CP2, Randy Savage, Winsome, Turnup, and Nerfed. These guys look good. CP2 has become, I think it's just because I'm the Sova main, but I love watching this guy play.
Yeah, he's been fantastic so far. We do have to talk about the compositional changes, but hold up. We've got a push out through mid from Big Frames, and they've already gained control over window room as well. There you go. It's going to be Rain to go for the peak. Misses the first shot, misses the second, has to back away. Takes out the drone, but what? The fadeaway shot from Winsome onto Nano.
Oh my goodness. I was going to say a little bit of luck, but the secondary kill convinces me otherwise. And so a 2 versus 3 here. The challengers now have 1 left. Picked up the spike and put it back down. Big Frames start this one off hot with a win.
Yeah, looked a little bit dicey at the beginning there, but you could tell that he wasn't panicking at all. Even though he was missing his shots, he was still measured with them. He wasn't just wildly blind firing. He was taking those taps and trying to make sure that he got them. His aim just wasn't on initially. And then, of course, he put his foot on the pedal there and was able to pick up 2. But again, this is one of those maps we were talking about. We ended the last map with Haven. This time we're starting it off with Haven, that both sides have a lot of initiative. They can do so much on the map. It's just who has the bravery to do it.
And that's the big question, right? You know, who's going to jump on through? Speaking of which, that play on window was so out of the ordinary. I mean, what a shot. Like, not just a shot, I mean, the decision to walk up there is really what kind of got me in the first place. B site going to be the push here from Way2French. They didn't do this at all last time around. And we see why. 3 players on the other team, 4 players on the other team get a kill. 1 away from a team ace. Who was the one that got the double kill?
That was Winsome.
2-0 Big Frames.
So now, does he upgrade? No, it looks like they're just going to stick with the SMGs for now. And so, again, we come down to that difference. But speaking of differences, CP2, he's got that operator in play. And I like that for this one around in particular, because they do have the operator. They're swapping over the stage to make, if it happens, that B push that much harder. This is typically what we see a lot of stages on defense doing. Oh, he tries to go for that strafe peek, but CP2 is ready for it.
CP2. So this is one of my favorite angles of the game. CP2 always holds it down.
And did you see how ready Big Frames were for that as well? They had 2 pushing up along with him. And so Winsome actually trades off. And so he no longer has that SMG, and he's able to pick up, I believe, a Phantom, or it might have been a Vandal. Oh. We just see that on security cameras. CP2 getting another frag.
I want to give a shout out to all the Cypher players in the game that do our observers a great favor of doing.
Oh my god.
Giving us good camera angles like that. CP2 has 3 in the round. Turnup too easy answers back and looking for the 4th kill. Here comes the Sova main. Nerfed. Watching underground. This is likely going to be the 3rd one for sure.
Yeah, there's no chance. He's already holding this angle. Misses out. Tries to chase after with that ghost, but they won't be able to get him. So he actually saves that gun at the very least into the next one. But yeah, I'm surprised that they were actually able to get the plant at all. But it was quick reactions. Say what you will about that last round. They still were able to at least get the plant. So that's going to help out their economy into going into the next one and allows them to get some pistol buys on armor here for this one.
Yeah, a little bit. Nice spread here for that. For the team. Some subs, some pistols. Oh, CP2 trades out. I like this angle. Protecting the op. Incred's going to push up. Not going to get the kill, but the op is in the hands of Big Frames if they... Yep, there it is. Nice look. All of a sudden, it's a different round. Where do you go with the op?
I'm surprised Big Frames played that as aggressively as they did. I understand, sometimes you just... kind of have to enforce your will upon your opponent, right? And make sure they're not comfortable playing any position. Force them to play a little bit slower and kind of maybe out of their play style. But I think this is kind of the play. With that operator, you can have one person holding back in the long range while the other 4 just push up. And that's going to be the push here. 50 seconds left.
Shots into garage. No answer. Melio gonna throw down a smoke of his own. Way2French has broken the site, and C it is. Now we're gonna get the high angle as big frames have 3 players strong to rotate into. Reyna would be a great look here. She's gonna come around the corner, get cut down. Great job from Turn Up, falling all the way back. Meal waiting for somebody to peek, misses the shot. I love the setup there. And that's going to be a trade out there. Incredible and Winsome. Both look good. 2 alive for French. 2 alive for Big Frames. Randy Savage relatively low. Ha! The one shot from the Ghost is good. 1-on-1. Quick kill will be able to defuse, but that's it. Got to run. And Way2French find themselves on the board in an eco round nonetheless. CP2, I think, has been getting a little comfortable.
Thing though is that Big Frames were still able to save that operator, and with Melio going down, not bringing in one of the extra guns, even though they will be able to full buy, they just don't have an economy brewing quite yet. So they took a lot of economic damage. But yeah, they were able to at least get the round win. Big Frames though still coming in full guns a-blazing at this point. Let's see, Way2French now setting up. They could be going for a full A execute. They do have the Brimstone over at C site, so they might just be trying to sell a fake over there. But Mill, with that operator, finds the pick on the CP2.
All right, so op for op. CP2 has lost this round. Won the first 2. And that third one was the old trade out. This time around, Way2French thinking about the A site once more. One player still at C. Just in the cubby, waiting. So no big commit from Way2French just yet. But with that said, C is going to be the place. They made a lot of noise over at A, and they've had this Brimstone here at C, just making sure how many people are around, etc. So the full-on push. Somebody in garage walks in. Reyna gets taken down easily. And Melio is going to be in a great spot to provide his teammates with the information thanks to the ult. And Way2French looking for their 2nd round victory.
Yeah, Big Frame is just going to go for that full save here. They've got the operator back over at short A. Nerf is going to pick that up for his teammate. And I don't think there's an opportunity for them to try do this. I mean, it's already numbers advantage in favor of Way2French. At this point, it's about securing that economy and making sure that you can continue to fight in this half.
Incredible. Kind of lurking here. Catches the info, jumps to the right side, knows players are coming. Nobody on a 6. So this is a safe angle for now, as he does have teammates kind of lurking in the wings. The spike's planted, and the attackers are able to just go ahead and take that one. Nobody on the way out. And there's that 2nd round win.
With that save, though, that really commits, or not doesn't commit, but Big Frames are going to be able to buy into the next round, even if they lose this. And so, you know, it's about understanding your economy, playing towards the numbers, and they're going to make sure that they can fight in full force for the next round. And let's see if they change up anything here. It is going to be a solo Cypher onto the A site, and it looks like they're looking to get aggressive onto mid. Double peeking over by window. They don't see anything out as it is smoked off.
Trouble for them. Last time, French walked through garage. But the last time they held back from garage is when they took down CP2 and found their first victory of the contest.
Deploying drone.
Oh, he just pulls off that angle just a little bit too early, but they are hugging the right-hand side as they're coming up. They are spotted out. Winsome with the peek from B, picks up 2. Great timing there with the information gleaned from that Sova.
And Sova's going to grab one through the wall. Melio answers back, but it's a 4-on-2. Way2French loses. 4-on-2 is the round, and 4-2 is the slash line as we head into round number 7. Money all over the place for Big Frames. Way2French will be able to buy this round and likely buy next round, but if they don't start to win, this can get out of hand real quick.
Yeah, this is where their bank can absolutely get broken here, and they'll have to be forced. They'll be on an eco if they don't win this one. And even then, if they do win this one, their economy is still not going to be great. They need to get the bomb plant, and they need to make sure no one dies.
A site one more time.
Take flight.
Shock dart on the right side. No information just yet. A slow push here towards A. Big Frames not ready for it just yet. Only 3 players located. Randy Savage waiting for the other side push. Nobody coming from underground. Well, they're going to walk it on back. Where do they go from here?
They're already pushed up to B. They've got their brimstone down, and so with everyone moving through window room, that's exactly what they're just going to do. So it's just walled off for now, but they'll be able to get in. Mill trying to make some noise with that Silva ultimate, but you know it doesn't really do much at all. It doesn't sell a fake or anything as the rest of the execute comes here onto the B site. They already understood that the wall was down. They weren't going to get slowed. Nerfed will be able to take out one though.
Incredible answers back. Not gonna find anybody. Winsome trades out though. Nano with this good angle, but Winsome's able to tell him where Nano is. So all of a sudden, it's a 1 versus 2. Way2French on the good side of things. Melio sees the Brimstone player to the right, and the Brimstone player is able to take it. Nerfed.
Hold on to your hats.
Fake plant. Waiting for the player in window. Like he knew. Beautiful play there. And it's not in time. Way2French get it. Oh, just by a hair.
Yeah, that one was a nail biter for sure. Nerfed played that as best he could. I mean, you know, his timings overall were ended up coming down to just a split second there. I liked how he played that, of course, you know, faking that defuse, holding a little bit of an off angle so that he has the opportunity to catch the man at window off guard. He knew he was there because Melio did get a frag with the operator moments beforehand from that angle. Now, again, Big Frames still, though, are going to be able to bite into this. Like I said, their economy was looking good, and there we go. They pick up 2. No, Way2French now on the back foot in a 3v5.
How do they look for an aggressive push here?
Oh, no.
Oh! CP2 with a rare straight up miss. And Meal able to find a nice look. Randy Savage, though, cutting him down. Nerfed, gonna show up as well. But Meal with the 3-piece. And now comfortably will look for a plant. 4, can't find the 5th. And Big Frames show up with their 5th.
There it is. The economy now reset for Way2French here. But Big Frames can't rest on their laurels. They do have to be careful. I think this time around they are going to go ahead and respect the eco round for them and maybe not get as aggressive as they did last time. CP2, remember, pushed through double doors, was able to get one, but I believe he got traded away. And that operator just went down somewhere that was recoverable for Way2French, and they played for C, I believe, after that. So this time around, it's going to be a bit more standard, a bit more reserved. coming out from Big Frames on the defense.
And you would be,
Cage trigger.
well, Way2French isn't reserved at all. They're going to run up here.
Found my wire.
Slowly, actually, answer. They're stuck. They're stuck here on long. Finally decide to go on in. And let's see how it works out. Randy Savage nerfed. Randy Savage nerfed. And it's done. Big Frames double the 3 of French's.
Respect the eco. And that's what they did. They played their angles. They played to their strengths. They've got the weapons for it. They've got the vandals. They've got the one taps. So play for that. Let them walk into your crosshairs, and they didn't lose a soul. So this is where the economy can really take off. 5,000, 7,800, 45, 42, and 42 coming out for the entirety of Big Frames. That's basically, you know, as long as they don't keep committing into ops, that's 2 more rounds of buys for them, even if they lose.
CP2 trying to get his mojo back here. All right. So somebody's in window. Ooh, bad look here. Cut down. Play with a rifle. And CP2 is going to be finished off by Nano. Nice shot through the door, mind you. Sage not quick enough to heal up her teammate.
Revealing area.
You will not kill my allies.
Recon Bolt at B. Meanwhile, the rest of Big Way2French going to be pushing into the C site through garage. Nerfed waiting here in the corner. Picks up one, changes angle. Incredible is the one to answer first.
You will not
Win some.
kill my allies.
And a res. Way2French 4 strong. Same as Big Frames. Here comes Winsome with the ultimate. Couple of kills here. Winsome trying to extend it. And nobody to kill, in all honesty. Players coming from the long side. Turnip and Winsome combine to take down Incredible and Melio. And just like that, Big Frames get the defuse. And it's 7-3 after 10.
Yeah, and so these last 2 rounds, Way2French are going to have a rough go of it. It's, of course, full economy. As you can see, max money on CP2 there. So, like I said, if they had even lost a round, they would have been fine finishing off this half. While we do have pistol buys coming out from Way2French, we got the Sheriffs on 4 along with SMGs and some light armors here. So they still leave themselves that window to be able to get a full buy into the last round. This is just the best that they can scrap up before that.
Trying to give it a go here. CP2 does have the Sova ult. If that's the decision, he can slam it on home. Of course, there are 2 more rounds in the half. Garage is the location. They're going to slowly walk on through here. Real slow. The slow orb has put a bunch of glass on the ground. I like this Sheriff angle, just waiting to see if somebody shows up. The one tap would be strong, but not this case. CP2 flying in, has all the info, knows where they are. Gets a shot. Teammates do as well. Way2French have 1 alive after turn-up. And there's the last target. Sova goes down. And there's only 2 people against this Brimstone. Make it 1. Incredible. Playing as his name would imply. 3 under his belt so far, and the spike will go down.
Spike plant.
Yeah, this half buy really paying off for them so far. And honestly, I thought it was just going so one-sided until those last few trades now. So got the split cam view here. One holding the angle over at garage is going to go ahead and change it up. So he's watching for a rotation. Oh, that turn by Incredible to finish it off. Way2French with the lifeline in this half.
Beautifully played. Beautifully played. Just kept it cool, calm, and collected. Was able to find the 4-piece for him and his team. Incredible and Meal really trying to do the heavy lifting here. 7-9 and 8-9, respectively. Across the way, a couple of Baker's dozens for Big Frames and their 3rd fragger, 11. And so more successful on the kill count. Big frames, that would make sense. They're 7 and 4. Way2French trying to finish this round off with a nice 7 and 5. They're going to play default. Look for contact. And I like CP2 here. Right away. Finding some players. Tossing out the ult.
Bomb buddy out.
Yeah, I like the idea of it. They know that Way2French don't have a res yet. And so if they can get that initial pick, that would give them a huge numbers advantage going into this right now. 2 pushed up at short, though. And we do have CP2 ready to trade. If so, he needs to. Winsome playing the more aggressive angle over at short. But now here comes the execute onto the A site.
Ultimates are used. And there's a tripwire. Now Leo going to sit underneath here at dark. Spike planted. And everybody is ready and healthy. So how does the retake happen here?
Well, it starts off with this Brimstone ultimate, cutting off angles, wins some peaks at the right time as well. That's going to be a 2-for-1 exchange, but the man under dark, CP2, finds one with that no-scope.
And Meal will look and find, but Winsome finds as well. And Meal being the last one on the team means this is an 8-4 split at the half.
Yeah, the timing on that retake was just absolutely stellar for Big Frames. As soon as that orbital strike went down, you saw everyone going for their peaks. That does flesh out a lot of characters, right? You normally see someone instantly just pull out that knife and try to bunny hop out of that, and that's the kind of timing that you're looking for. So with those peaks, they were able to start off that retake with a 2-for-1 exchange, and then just continue to clear out the rest of the angles. Well done by Big Frames on that final round.
Real smooth. Real smooth looks. Back to pistols, though. Back to basics.
There.
Well,
yeah, last time Big Frames kind of blundered away their lead after taking their pistol round. And if they do win this pistol round, we'll probably see them correct that mistake and make sure they don't do it again.
B site going to be the walk up here for Big Frames. Turn up with the classic. All right. Walls off the back end. Walking their way to A. So it's a mid to A push. Honestly, something we don't really see all that often. Big Frames losing so far. 2 players up, 3 players on the other side. CP2 is able to equalize that in mid. Spike going to be ran all the way to C. And Way2French left looking at each other. And Big Frames comfortably puts it on down. 45. Let's defend.
Oh, this wraparound. It's both of them from the same angle, though. Are they going to expect it? What a lure coming up from Winsome.
Gets one. Oh, man. Oh, okay. These players saw what was happening, and it do not matter. That's that. And Big Frames find themselves with round number 9.
There are a lot of ways he could have played that, because he could have started it off with, initially just taking that shot on him. That would have slowed down the retake anyhow, but multiple ways to approach it. But the fact that he had multiple ways to win it was just fantastic, especially as that Reyna, right? If he gets that first pick, he can continue to delay with dismiss, or at least just run away from the fight and buy more time. That's why Reyna can be so potent on the offense here, as well as we saw Winsome on the defense. Oh my God, right into the killing fields.
Attackers win. In case you couldn't tell. Sometimes I take the win and loss screens personally, Like if I lose 13-2, I don't need defeat giant up in my face. You know what I'm talking about? Right there, attackers win. We know
What if they made it bigger dependent upon how big the discrepancy is, right? So if it's a 13-0, it just takes up your entire screen. You don't see anything else more. It's just big block letters. You lose.
I go for length of stay. CP2 shortens Meal's length of stay, and that's what we call a comeback, a callback in the industry, folks. We started off the set with Meal beating CP2, and CP2 beats Meal at the same mid spot. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, big frames are just going to now rotate off that pick. They showed a heavy presence at mid, and so that's why that's keeping so many players over here by Garage with 5B. But here's the execute, and the only man to try and slow it down is going to be that Cypher up on Heaven. So that's a free plant for them, and they're going to be able to set up even for post-plant position with no trouble whatsoever.
Winsome just runs in. We're sitting here just in Winsome's POV and just see CP2 go. I was like, oh no. Nerf takes down Incredible. Incredible tries to peek their way in from the backside. That's that. 11-4. And yeah, it's what I expected. This team is good, man.
I don't know what angle Hughes was trying to hold for that when he was pushing up. Because just kind of walked forward there and you saw, who was it? Turn up, able to get an easy kill onto him without being challenged at all whatsoever. Big frames now, 11-4. And there's no slowing down for them here as it looks like they're going to go ahead and try to go for that C long once again.
CP2 knows this angle well. Team's able to provide that. I like that play. You shove the AR player up a little bit to take down the wall, checks the corner, does get the ID, but not the kill. Incred, the only one with the stats. 2 players remaining for Way2French. As they look for the retake, one will come from long. And it looks like both of them are kind of buddied up here. Nope, just kidding. There's only one left. And it's Sova. He's going to turn this corner and get shot by CP2.
Did he take a shot there? So they know he's in garage.
Yep. Shot by Randy Savage. Ooh, I missed that knife. That's a cool knife. When did that one come?
I'm not entirely too sure.
Because what they do, they do like 2-day bundles, I think, where it's like a gazillion bucks for all these skins, and you can buy the knife for like $30 or so. I think that's
only I had a gazillion bucks.
Heard, but from
Come into the unknown.
I haven't seen that one at all. That is probably number 3 in my eyes. The important stuff, folks.
Map point now for big frames. We just completely glean over that. Like, oh yeah, wait, it's map point.
Like I said,
we're vain people, all right? We love our aesthetics and our skins, all right?
Hey,
we know it's a character fault. We embrace it.
Skin it to win it, baby.
All right, Rez out from turn up too easy, bringing Randy Savage right back into this. As it looks like it will be a full commit onto the A site. They're going to start it off. They spot out that tripwire. Oh,
guys, Randy Savage going to get one through the wall. Here comes Sova trying to get through the wall, but there's 2 players on the site. One on the left, one on the right. There is the orbital strike. Incredible is able to take down the Sova player. Nice job there. However, it's Nano on the flank. And Incredible combining. This could be Way2French's way back into it, because it's all up to Turn Up, who has, no disrespect intended, not been Big Frames' top performer. Nerf is coming from underground, one up in heaven.
Revealing area. There they are.
Big Frames have 2 now as Brimstone has been rezzed, and Meal takes down Nerfed. Sees where the second is, drop, and shot like, oh.
Looked him right in the face. The craziest part is that, like, you know, he no scopes the person who's like, what, 30 meters away, 40 meters away, and the guy that's 1 meter away, he scopes in on to get that headshot. All right, lifeline for way2French, but big frames, of course, with the number of rounds that they were able to get here in the half. They're going to be able to full buy into this one. You saw max money on Randy Savage right there. And CP2, he's not going to let go of the operator anytime soon. Picks that up one more time for his team.
Together.
way2French still have such a long way to go in this run back.
So I say the blue knife is number one. The number two is the hatchet. Then you've got the boring one with the yellow stripe that we just saw, and then way at the bottom is the elf sword. That's the tier list for knives, no question. B-site.
Go ahead.
Lights are off. B-site's gonna be the take. Smoke a little shoddy. The bullets aren't 4-on-4. And Melio gonna get all the info he wants. Meal picks up the collat and the follow-up blat. Turn up, however, comes around the corner. My mistake, not a collat, just one. Looked like it though. Only one standing. Make that none. way2French saying, hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished? And come on through. Take that round. We're into 19.
All right, so we're going to have a force-up coming out. I mean, it's just Winsome who's minus a gun. There we go. They got a buy for him. And I guess they just want to take every opportunity to try and close this one out. And so here we go. We got full rifle investments coming out for big frames. See what they can do. Smokes out onto double doors as we do have that push up through mid.
B-site thought about, and that's going to be the positioning. Randy Savage wins the fight alongside long A, and Randy Savage wins the fight alongside short A as well. B will be walked away from after all this stuff spent. Nerfed shows up, but the team is elsewhere. Big frames really kind of just playing this interestingly is what I'm going to say. Oh! Nerf shows up, puts down U's, and Incredible's waiting for Randy Savage on the flank. And so it's a 4-player spike defend versus way2French's 2. Meal does have the op and cuts it down to 3 defenders. Incredible.
Off. They know Incredible's over here as well.
2 versus 1. Winsome here. Location revealed. Silva's firing the shots. Rush him. Rush him would be the one choice, but the other choice is to stay in place. There it is. Nice job. Match 2.
Big frames really putting on the show here, especially when it came to a lot of those rifle rounds so far. Winsome, of course, no stranger to just being able to absolutely frag out 24, 9, and 6 by the end of this one.
Incredible. And what's funny is Winsome, that was a sneaky kind of top frag, right? Winsome got a bunch of really nice looking triple kills and 4Ks, but realistically, I mean, what wound up happening, we were saying nerfed, we were saying CP2 a lot. That's who we were seeing get these big impactful kills, which means Winsome was the guy that was kind of doing all the heavy lifting outside of the scenes, right? Those kind of transition kills, those kills that are, oh, he died, okay, got him, right? And then move on to the next site. Those are the glue kills that bring us to victory.
Yeah, CP2 definitely setting up the dominoes for them. A lot of those entry frags, or not the entry frags, but the first bloods coming out with the operator pickup, which he had in his hand like 80% of the rounds. So he definitely was a huge threat. The way he was playing, of course, very dynamically, changing up the angles that he was playing at C site over at B site, even going over to A at times. And so that kind of consistent threat allowed Winsome kind of the space to really to work with in a lot of these rounds.
That's what we saw. 12-6. Way2French started to come back there towards the end, but obviously a little too late. What do you think that on the 6 rounds that they did take home? What was it about it that got them the victory? Was that more? Because I mean, I'm going to ask you before I give you my take.
Okay, so I'll be honest. It was kind of big games giving those rounds away. One of them, we remember, it was the anti-eco round that they ended up losing, which they definitely should not have. But they did make the adjustment. The next anti-eco that came around, they played with a lot more respect. They played with with defaults in mind and played for the picks and played their angles. So they made those adjustments. I think some of it was also some stellar play coming out, some heroic plays coming out from the side of Way2French. But Big Frames definitely looked really strong in that first map.
That's kind of where I was going to go, which is why I was like, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. I'm going to let the smart guy answer first. But nah, man. I mean, from there, that's what I saw. I saw Big Frames really doing a good job of finding the rounds. And when we did see the victory on the other side, it was, unfortunately a little lopsided. So this time around, Big Frames kind of comes in and shows everybody what they're made of. A couple of falters. I noted CP2 kind of ran every round until that moment where he goes a little bit too far, right? Walks all the way into mid, just out there by himself, gets taken down. That leads to a round or two in the other direction. So, yeah, I mean, Big Frames, if they stick to their game plan, I'm not saying 13-0, but it definitely looks like, hey man, they've been on the table for 3 weeks now, right?
Yeah, and they're really putting in an argument for a 4th week at this point with the way that they're playing. Again, though, Haven plays a little bit differently, but the fact that on a more, I would say even map, that they were able to win out pretty dominantly. We'll see exactly what they have here when we swap on over to Bind, because this is Big Frames' pick.
Ooh, okay. And so that, that's kind of scary if you're on the opposing side, knowing that this is where your opponents want to play. Bind is a great look here for Big Frames. We've seen them play this a number of times. CP2 likes to sit up on defensively. You've got 2 strong oppers for a map that does like 2 ops on it, and Winsome can kind of do whatever the team needs him to do, whether it's be aggressive there, playing up on showers or otherwise, and that's been really fun to watch pretty much.
Oh yeah, this is still one of those maps that I find a lot of fun. Some people are finding a little bit less fun, but I like once those kind of carousel plays where you just port around and a lot of things can happen. Some teams feel a little bit stifled, of course, over at like short A, but it's not a huge crux of the match because you can play a little bit more dynamically also at B. It's not as static in the way that you can approach it. Like, well, if you take a look at, B over on Split, we saw teams just continually running their heads into a brick wall over on the B site.
Yeah, on Bind, there's a couple of options. Like I said, the long side of the left side of the map is one of my favorite spots in Valorant. Just give me a rifle and let me stand up there like that. Teleporters, not my favorite. Not my favorite, but you live and learn, you deal and wheel. So we'll see how these players kind of work it. And what I have liked seeing from a casting perspective, I'm here for the teleporters. I just don't want to play the teleporters.
Yeah. Because
of the ring around the rosy type nonsense that you can get and that we've seen teams more and more employ.
Yeah, and we see, of course, because of the simple threat of the port plays that teams have to really commit on to holds, making sure that they always have a player at A, always have a player at B, that the rotates come late at times because you have to commit to that kind of play style on the defense.
Players getting into game here, and Bind, as we said, will be the choice. Big Frames up 1-0 in our best of 3. Once again, welcome to Fight Night Arena. This is GiantSlayerTV, presented by Juked. And we do this every week. So show up, and basically what happens is whoever wins this best of 3 is going to come back next week and play the winner of the 2 challengers. So it's been a fun sort of format. It's been fun kind of creating our own little Valorant community here. We've obviously seen Big Frames time and time again, and there's a couple of other teams that we've seen here and there kind of show up one by one. And if you're in college, on Mondays, we do the Collegiate League as well, where it's a very similar type format. Just show up, get some frags, and, win some sushi. So a nice look there.
Yeah, it's been pretty cool to see the kind of development of a lot of the players. I mean, we saw Psalm come in, his team were able, we're returning champions, weren't able to defend it, but, next week he's on to bigger and better things, signing up with FaZe Clan for their Valorant team, I believe. And here we go. First round of Bind, Big Frames on the attacking side, and it is going to be a B push.
All right. Hookah's going to be walled off mostly. Hughes leaves a hole. I'm not sure if that's intentional or not. Players coming on through from Octagon, and they're already here. 1 goes down, 2 goes down. Hughes looking good, but Randy Savage and Winsome answer back. 2 players strong. Make it 1. It's just turn up, but it's too easy. Incredible. 22 HP, but 1 shot's all that's needed. And the defenders start things off hot. Way2French with the lead.
All right, that's a nice start. That's definitely a nice start for them. The issue, of course, is when we get to those rifle rounds, what exactly happens? And, Way2French, especially after that last map, they're just going to go ahead and full invest in heavy armors coming out, along with the SMGs here. They should play, of course, a little bit more defensively for their ranges. We do have, it looks like, a Phantom on line for one of the Way2French players.
Already. Do you like this call?
Not the angle that he's holding it. Never mind, he's got the Spectre.
Okay. Use slower. And this will shut down a lot of what Big Frames wants to do. 2 for use, 1 for the teammate. Spike's still committed here. And this is just Big Frames saying, all right, let's get to round 3. We want to buy guns. Nice plays from Randy Savage, but ultimately it's Way2French that are able to do it. Only lose 1 player, the Rays main, and so nothing of value is lost.
That does mean, though, because no one really went down, that at this point they're only bringing 1 rifle into this, and that's going to be in the hands of Hughes. Mill will go ahead and invest into that operator, though, and so this is crucial. If they end up losing this round, their economy's broke. Big Frame's going to be able to build momentum off of that.
Captain killed.
1 kill already for Meal. Nerfed in trouble. Still looking here, and Incred's able to get a high angle and find 1 as well. Way2French 5 strong versus Big Frames' 3, and Big Frames gonna look to rotate towards B site.
Yeah, they already have 3 players over here on the defense, though. For Way2French, Winsome finds 1, and that's going to be the rotate coming out from the Silva player on Way2French at this point. They can always, of course, just port away. Do they? They've got 48 seconds. They've got time to work with. They're going to try and sell the fake of the port.
Ooh, you think they can do it here? I mean,
no, Silva just sent his arrow on over. So that at least splits them up just a little bit. And so that's going to be 2 on A, 2 on B, another port on over. But here's the quick rotations now coming out for the rest of the French members.
All right, so 3 members heading towards A, 4 members on defense. Ray is going to jettison herself right into the crosshairs of Melio. A missed shot from Meal. And not a great look. 12 seconds on the clock. Big Frame's got to go now. And they're going to opt to just lose it out. Hold on to whatever they've got here. A Phantom for CP2, and I believe another rifle over there for the Sage player.
Yeah, I feel like it might have just ran out of mouse pad space there because he had to flick pretty hard from the right to the left and didn't check that left angle, which you always should if you're going to push up towards U-Haul. So Way2French surviving that round, and that's really huge for them at this point because they basically get rifles upgrades for free. This is their opportunity now to really build up a bank in terms of economy. They do still have one person, it looks like,
This is a nice spot.
staying on the SMG. No, I believe he bought into this one.
Revealing area.
Well, this is where Meal wants to hang out the entirety of the game, the long-range sniper. Players coming in from A main, or at least thinking about it. Shock Dart's going to lead the way and wall off that way. The smokes will block the shots from the other side. Bomb going to be looked to planted, and we're down.
Ooh, Meal finds that pick onto CP2 though, and that's going to be nice as it is going to be a 5v4 retake. Make that a 5v3. Melio pushing up through U-Hauls.
And he's going to have a good spot to defuse, but a couple of players to deal with. Win some, but the other two answer back. Randy Savage here in the corner picks up one, but somebody's waiting. And just like that, it's 4-0 for Way2French.
Yeah, Big Frame struggling just a little bit here. I feel like the idea to wall off U-Haul initially, it sounds sound, but they give up a lot of map control. They're not able to push through U-Haul. They look a little afraid to contest that, and I think you've got to let go of that fear. You have to have control over U-Haul so you can maybe try to even push up into defender spawn. But at this point, Way2French, you know, they just need to continue doing what they're doing. You know, they're playing this standard. They're playing this disciplined. Even on that last one, they saw a lot of players still feigning over at A's side, and it could have been a rotate because of the teleport play. And they kept the two players until the spike went down before the rotate happened.
It's a good call. You know, like you said, discipline. That's the best word to use there. For sure. Big frames this time around coming through hookah. Nobody up here. One player going to be coming from long. When some going to check the cubby, looks like. Rather, all the way back at labs. And this is a relatively open site here. Sage will be coming up, and a nice wait there from Winsome. Knew exactly where Sage was going to show up. CP2 is able to trade out with Melio. 2 players left to look for the plant. Make it 1, but only 2 players left to play D. Meal is one of them. Has an op in the hallway of labs. And is going to find out where Winsome is. The pick and run. They're all the way up.
Is he going to try and run all the way back over to the B site? He is.
I mean,
It
sure.
worked.
Yeah, sure. There it is. Okay. More than enough time for the spike to be planted. Bop. Way2French, I guess, almost thought it was going to be the save, but
Bomb buddy out.
Could have held on to the
17
bomb buddy a
HP
little bit
injury.
longer.
Yeah. What do you do here with 17? Do you just
Pray.
Here's the hop out, looks to the left side. Incredible, able to pick up 1. And that's that. 5 unanswered rounds for Big Frames. Just
Yeah,
like that.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on, what's going wrong with their attack so far. And I can't really place a finger on it currently. I know we're only 5 rounds in, but
Thanks.
right now I feel like Big Frames are doing some of the right things. It's just losing a lot of the duels is more important right now.
Big Frames trying to get back into this one. Racking my brain trying to figure out how they are going to do just that. CP2 is going to try and start it with a shock dart and bring out the op. Smoke's coming out. Just slow rolling the push here. Big Frames do have one all the way at B and one over at A, alongside the three that are pushing through A main. The rotation coming here is incredible, and Melio and Meal are able to just cut down Big Frames. This looks like a completely different team.
Yeah, that fear of the operator, I believe, on Meal, correct? I think just slowing down Big Frames' play. So they were very wary of maybe having the operator up in heaven, but no, he was all the way over at B. He was ready with the on the hunt, try and shut them down if he needed to be present cross map. And huge round for Way2French, only losing the one in that entire exchange.
Oh well. Sometimes you're the dog, sometimes you're the hydrant. Way2French barking their way down this map for sure. Halfway to a map point. Big Frames still a goose egg, and not with the equipment this round to do much of with. Bunch of sheriffs. Next round they'll be buying for sure, but not here.
Yeah, and at this point, Way2French also playing this correctly, you know, really expecting or respecting the eco round. They're not getting too big for their britches. They're making sure that they're securing every single round. They're not going to let one slip away now. All 5 members ready for this push on to the B site.
Winsome getting ready. Up in hookah. Tosses one out. Just spamming the sheriff. Love to see it. Orbital Strike is going to come down onto the site. And Winsome able to find the shots. Grabs a rifle. Big Frame, 4 alive versus French's 3. All of a sudden, 3 HP on Winsome. Does get healed up. Thank you. And there's a showstopper. Curious.
Yeah, this is just all excellent delay. They've got the tools to do it. Slow them down on this retake. They've got the numbers advantage. Showstopper out for Nano, though.
Whoa, turn up with 1 shot. 1 kill. And that's that. Beautiful play. The ace from Winsome. Thrifty across the board. If you are going to get back into it, that's how you do it, baby.
One thing I will say for Way2French's defense there is that I think I was talking about, of course, having respect for the eco rounds, and that might have been a little bit too much respect. You're used to seeing a Sage play a little bit more up, and we know with the nerfs that have come in, she doesn't have the same kind of cast range when it comes to her wall, and so they weren't really able to do much to slow down that whole 5-man push onto the B site. There was no wall that came up on Hookah. There were no slow orbs that came down in time. And so Big Frames were just on the site in a big way, real quick.
This time around, Big Frame's going to sniff out Hookah one more time. 3 defenders on B this time around. The spike is around long. Winsome trying to play it carefully. Know that a player likes to hang out in cubby and will toss out the satchel charges. CP2 fires some nonsense as well. Shock dart into the back line. Will hit Nano, but not enough for a kill. Throws one back. And so Big Frames, 4 players up. Emilio able to find 1. Way2French all aboard. So Big Frames gets caught out on the dart. And we'll look for the rotation.
They do have 2 players from the defense that were hovering over the port, so they could respond to this a little bit faster. But here we go. This is going to be Big Frames all pushing out onto the site. They still have the possibility to go over for that port, but it looks like they will go ahead and put that wall down and get the plant.
Nice looks so far. Firing blindly into the smokes. Won't find much of anything. Shock dart, though, goes a little bit too far. Winsome doesn't. Gets the kill here versus Nano. And the foul. CP2 with the follow-up. So now there's 3 players standing for French. And 3 players standing for Frames. Nice trade out there. Negates one. Turn up. Negates the other. And that's an odd peek. Winsome grabs it, however. And it's 6-2.
Big Frame still with some fight left in them yet here in the half. The economy not quite broken for Way2French, though. They're still going to be able to full buy into this round. Another operator once again in the hands of Mill. And, you know, despite the round losses, he's still picking up these frags for it. Currently 9-1 right now, or 9-3 right now.
Right through the port from the beginning, into the shot. A rare choice. Successful.
I believe we saw him do that on Bind last time around, and he ended up just getting stuck there and dying. This time around, though, he was successful.
That's what he was trying to do. Looks good this time around. Mid is where big frames are coalescing. Of course, they are 4 strong, as opposed to 5, thanks to the beautiful play by Meal through the teleport. Smokes down. CP2 in showers with the sniper, trying to find left or right. Won't be able to find a target either way. Incredibles answers, though. And flawless victory. That was awfully quick. Lucky number 7 for Way2French.
Big round for Way2French here. Really cresting a crucial one, honestly. At this point, big frames, they've got 3 rounds left to go to try and pick up if they could get a 7-5 scoreline. But with the way things are going, Way2French have been so solid in their defense, really off the back of players like Mill and Melio, who have been really holding it down. Mill himself, with that presence on that operator, you know, he's averaging over 1 kill per round, but it's just the simple presence of his operator so far that has gone largely unanswered by big frames. That's slowing them down a lot of these pushes.
Already one trade, and I've got to agree. I really enjoyed the way Meal has affected the game using Nano. Able to trade. Randy Savage, though, with a quick 2-pick. And he'll be able to plant the bomb. Enemies revealed. He got to run. 2 players for the retake. 3 players to defend it. CP2 is one of them. Knows where to look. Player coming from... Turns around and able to pick up CP2. 1 left in the box. And that's got to be... This has to be... Yeah. Great plays. Big frames, though, they still have their Brimstone. And what he's been doing has been pretty good. Should be enough time to defuse, however.
Oh, he's not even going to be able to peek it in time. Oh, he is!
Oh, wow. The last-minute shot. Did not expect that, in all honesty. And so big frames grab their 3rd round. Again, we switch at 12. And so with 10 in the pocket, big frames... now desperately trying to make this a 7-5 split.
Again, though, the economy's so good for Way2French right now, so they're still going to be able to full buy into this one. 2 Phantoms coming out as we do have a short pause.
And a good look so far. Big frames trying to work their way back into it. And it seems possible. You know, a lot of times we look at these situations and we go, I don't know if they're going to do it, but this one looks kind of possible. So yeah. The 2 rounds, like you said, the economy for Way2French, real strong at the moment. So how do they get back into here? Because right now we have weaponry if we're looking at big frames aside. So with that in mind, I mean, it's really not that far of a stretch for them to win this one and the next one, knowing how they play, but it's all cards on the table for sure.
Yeah, so one round was an eco round win, I believe. That was the first round that Big Frames were able to get. But when it came down to the rifle rounds, which there have been many, Big Frames have been faltering there. They never had the opportunity to try and break the economy of Way2French, and so Way2French have just honestly just outgunning the entire Big Frame squad so far, despite some of the heroics coming out from when some other players. It just hasn't been enough so far. Mill, with that operator, has just been doing so much work, not by kills, just by mere presence.
Insane. Just showing up, and yeah, you keep mentioning Meal, and it's such a big deal how he has impacted the game. And so I use this phrase I took it from Magic, and I used it with respect to when players hold their ultimate, and I think it works here as well with respect to the op. The threat of activation, just by having the op, means that you have to be wary of these long-range engagements. And that's the impact that we're seeing here. The threat of optivation, if you will, as Way2French just have so much control with this gun.
Yeah, I'll take a look at the spread out push coming out from Big Frames as they're just trying to get any information. They do have bathrooms control. Now they're pushing up to Hookah. There are two players stacked right up on the left-hand side here. They got to be careful going for this peak.
1 and 2 go the way of use. And we'll block off the wall as well. So Big Frames lose 2 for 1. Meal, however, firing the lasers. Won't find much of anything.
Yeah, that was a good idea. He was trying to cover the spike pickup. Right. They were able to recover it for Big Frames. But again, they're going into a 2v2 over here on the B site. One already pushed up the octagon.
So you still have one defender. Pop. Nerf looked like he knew Incredible was there. It's just familiarity with where you want to hang out. Well played. But use, okay, another trade, 2-on-2. Big Frames. Trying to make it happen. Shock darts are pretty cute. And Meals is able to find the kill on the Randy Savage with him. And there's going to be a save here from CP2. Defenders were able to take it 8-3, 1 round before the half.
A little awkward there. I don't know why Nerf was looking up towards Hookah. Because I'm pretty sure that he had Randy Savage rotating through port for that. So it wasn't an angle that he needed to be holding. He could have, of course, been holding back and playing for backside instead, which is where the threat came from, where he ultimately died from. That should have been Big Frames' round.
I hate to agree. The shock dart was cute. Shock dart takes down Randy Savage. If Randy Savage doesn't die there, it's probably a different story. But if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. Way2French 5 away from taking the map. Incred from behind takes down Nerfed. Way2French look like a much different team here in game number 3.
Losing Nerfed again early on.
Right here.
I like that he's trying to challenge for that ultimate orb up at Banana, but didn't quite work out for them. They're already rotating one on over. They've got 3 members on the B site as all 4 members are here now. Walled off for the rest to bring Nerfed back into it, and that kind of signals, yep, that they're pushing through.
And everybody knows it. Incredible's ready, and it's good enough for 1, likely going to be traded out, and he's got a hair of HP. CP2 answers by taking down Nano. And Randy Savage gonna drop the spike. Nice job. And Incredible. 59 health points strong. He's able to find 1. Big Frames has 2 left to defend this spike. Looks like both of them are behind it. Nope, there was one up there. Incredible officially has 5 kills, and the ace is not enough. Meal, however, will help finish things off, and that's number 9. That's the half. Big Frames have a lot to do.
Oh boy, did not think we would be put into this position here. Big Frames really struggling on their offensive side, shying away from the A site pushes. I mean, there's some standard executes onto the A site we generally see. You wall off truck, you go ahead and plan, you just plant for short A, and that's like the simplest thing. All you need to do is, of course, check that angle over at U-Haul and make sure no one's playing there. And we didn't even see that one, to the best of my knowledge, right? Maybe we saw it once on the half, but I don't know exactly why. I'm guessing it's just, you know, they were afraid of that operator play, but half the time the operator was between sites, and so, you know, you kind of coin flip there, and they never took that coin flip.
Tough stuff, but either way, a new half. Nerf starts things off on a different note, but 3 other players show up and make the trade successful. 4 players walking in. Melio is gonna start this one off well, and the cage and the trap wire to stop the flank. Spike planted. There's 2 players here in the showers. Melio again.
Unavoidable.
And Turnip able to find one. 2 players versus 3. Big Frames are going to make it 2-on-2. Good stuff. Silver player trying to find left or right. Knows there's somebody somewhere back there, but can't lock it on down.
It's that fake pushes U-Haul, but Mill is there. And now it's a 1v2 on this retake left.
Walks on in. CP2 trying to make it happen. And it's Mill again. This is the standout player for sure.
Yeah, currently 14-4. Incred at 14-10, Milio 16-7, and Mill has absolutely been dominating on this map so far. It's only been Winsome on the opposite end that's been able to get things going. You know, CP2, your favorite Cypher player, has ultimately just been shut down in this map.
He's been making no noise whatsoever. At all. At all.
Deploying drone.
Kinda interesting, in all honesty.
Oh.
Win some and lose some. 4-on-4. Nano finds a secondary pick. Here comes the rush on through.
Out of charge.
Big Frames, only 3 players left. 1 all the way on the other side. The other 2 here in the corners. They're gone, and so it's just the lurker. And they know where he is. I guess hold the shorty. I mean, location revealed. That's the worst. Nothing you can do here.
Man, things are rough for Big Frames right now.
Where did this come from?
Honestly, I don't know. They're playing completely differently here. Again, Haven does play differently. You have when they took their win on Haven, of course, they had more options in the way that they play their defense, and the way they play their offense. It's very much more dynamic. While this is still pretty open here on Bind, right? It's more open than Split for sure. It's definitely not the same. I think, you know, again, their offense, they just continually got shut down. They played more favoring over to the B side, and that's kind of where they found their success. The very little that they did on the half. Way2French on the way to sending us to a map number 3.
That map number 3 will not be Ascent. will be going to Haven, or excuse me, Split, if I'm not mistaken. And so we'll see if we'll actually need that. Yes, it will be Split. And it looks like we just might. 11-3, a harrowing win-loss here.
Cage trigger.
Turn Up going to start things off by getting one, but Randy Savage looking good. Beautiful plays. And I want to mention how Meal, again, finds the kill with the op. They just, Way2French have made this same play over and over again, where they 3-peek this corner and win the trade every time. Big Frames has to download that information to move on, not just trust gun skill. This is the example of what happens when the gun skill does win, but I'm seeing coordination on Way2French's side that Big Frames have not brought in map number 2.
Yeah, that's at least a moment of reprieve for themselves here, being able to secure a 4th round now over 2 halves. That you don't like hearing that. 4 rounds after 2 halves. So now, Big Frames, did they do enough? The fact that he was able to hold on to the operator here, Mill, just means that their economy should stand healthy. They'll be okay to just go ahead and contest rifles once again. It's going to be challenging Big Frames who have been struggling when they do get their full buys to really come up with anything at this point. So Way2French, one more buy round into this. If Big Frames can take this win here, if they take this, they'll force Way2French onto. It looks like possibly a Nico. It's pretty close. I didn't really look at the full money by the end there, but it looked really close. And I don't think they're on. They're not going to be, of course, on full loss round bonus. So there's that.
Looks like an all-out A push. Way2French are very excited about it. Big Frames have 3 people on B, so it's going to be a long rotate for a long retake. Nano, fully healthy. His Brimstone player, not so much. Winsome finds ahead, able to do it, and the showstopper takes down Incredible right after the spike. Long range from Meal. Trouble for the site. Around the corner. Turn Up answers. 1 versus 2. Big Frames Meal is able to find the kill. Can't get on through. Has to use the knife. Finally gets on through. Turn Up's waiting. And the defenders find number 5.
Yes, we see what can be the difficulty, of course. Trying to play for that kind of like default play onto A. The fact that even if you get the wall off and you try to get the plant down, there's so many things, right? Molotovs, people already have that lineup. The paint shells also had that lineup. And so Big Frames were ready to defend that, and they got it all down. They delayed it long enough. But we also saw during that the dynamics of how the A and B site work here on on Bind, that you still have to leave defenders on whatever site until the bomb plant goes down. And that's what Big Frames did, and that's kind of commendable that they were actually able to hold on long enough, even in a 2v5 or 2v4 at that point. This time around, on board with Winsome, and it looks like it's going to be another execute onto the A site.
All right, well, here's the push forward. And Nerfed has a good angle. Going to be smoked out real quick. Winsome does find 2, same way he did last time. 1 with a gun, 1 with an explosive. Nerfed is waiting in the wings and able to find 1 as well. Melio finds Winsome tossing, but Turn Up too easy is able to answer. 1 left, it's Meal. Doesn't have the op. He's got the close range op, and the defenders are able to take it. 6-11. Big Frames trying to claw their way back into it.
That's a good one. Making sure that they secured that anti-eco round for themselves. But again, it's coming down to these rifle rounds, these full buys that'll come out from Way2French. Big Frames have been struggling so far here on the defender side, though. It's been a little bit of a different case. see if they can continue to get this momentum going, continue to build up a bank. It's looking so good so far. As I like this play, getting a little bit aggressive over at Showers.
So gotta look for the changeup, you know? Gotta look for the changeup. Nice job there. Shot through the wall. Meal's going to be able to pick this kill. Meal's going to be able to pick this. No, not yet. Incred finishes off what Meal started. And it's CP2. Who's honestly been quiet this match. Hughes picks up one. Nano trying to walk through the smoke. Can't find the secondary opportunity. Big Frames. Looking for a retake. Spike planted. Uses there, waiting for Winsome. And Way2French. 5 players up. There's no way Big Frames gets this retake. Way2French are going to be 1 away from a game 3.
Yeah, just no chance whatsoever coming out from them. And even though they had a very fast response, Way2French just hit all their shots as they made their execute onto that B site. And so they only lose the 1 throughout all of that. And it's going to be good signs for them to try and finish this off.
Is there a way for Big Frames to win 7 in a row here? I know they're talented enough, but I mean, this is the type of situation where it's like, you know, they tough. I think. I mean, you got to deal with Meal, and the fact that Meal has no ultimate is probably a good look. But you've got, what is it? You've got the res and the rocket launcher on Way2French. Man, I think we're just going to a game 3.
Okay.
We very well might be. I say one thing that Big Frames could do is try to make some hookah pushes, challenge over there. That hasn't been really happening. It's been a lot of duels that have been taking place over here, both on attack and defense for them. Showstopper comes in, wins some with 2.
And Hughes answers back just a little bit, and a little bit more, and a little bit more. So all of a sudden, what looked like a great push for Big Frames is anything but. 2 players left versus the 4 of Way2French. And make that 1. Spikes planted. Randy Savage has no choice. This is the end of the map.
Yeah, barring any heroic sport, but a 1v4 retake. Milia's going to go ahead and shut that down. And again, we've got basically the story of the night, you know, one-sided maps either way up until we go to map number 3. We thought Big Frames might have a little bit more fight in them here, but that was not the case as Way2French just absolutely shut them down. Milio and Meal coming up huge for the team. 19-12 on Milio, 19-7 on Mill. But, you know, they weren't outdoing the rest of their team. Hughes and Incredible were also contributing throughout all of this. It just, you know, seemed like a lot of players on the Big Frame side just had difficulty keeping up on this map.
Real tough. I mean, this map specifically, I guess, might have been a hole in the armor. I want to check real quick because I thought that Big Frames actually selected this one.
This was their pick, yeah.
Wow. Okay. Not the greatest of nights for them, I suppose, but in any event, that's the look here. So 2 down the middle and a 3rd on the horizon. Big Frames, the players on the board are being challenged by the challengers. We'll see what happens in map number 3. We'll be right back with Fight Night.
Sidearms provide players with the most weapon diversity in Valorant. With the weapon for all occasions, players will want to familiarize themselves with all of the choices. Today we'll be taking a look at the Shorty and the Frenzy. We'll tell you how they match up to each other, how to use them, and even when to buy them. With completely different firing methods, bullet spreads, magazine sizes, and damage output, both the Shorty and the Frenzy are in a class of their own when looking at available sidearms. The Shorty is a semi-automatic sawed-off shotgun with a large and unpredictable bullet spread, even when compared to its big brothers, the Bucky and Judge. The Frenzy, however, is a fully automatic machine pistol that follows similar patterns to SMGs and rifles, with its recoil climbing before leveling out, but this little guy works best in short 3 to 4 round bursts. Spraying an entire clip from the Frenzy may look cool, but you probably won't be rewarded for it. Like all of the other sidearms, neither of these weapons offer any kind of ADS or alternate firing method. What you see is what you get. Both weapons have varied magazine sizes. The Shorty has the smallest bullet count in the game with 12, with only 2 shells available at a time. The Frenzy is a bit more forgiving in the magazine department, having 13 in each clip for a total of 52. When comparing their rates of fire, the Shorty is one of the slower firing weapons in the game, having a fire rate of 3.3 shells per second. It's important to note that the Shorty produces 15 pellets when fired. Naturally, as the Frenzy is fully automatic, it's going to boast a significantly higher fire rate at 10 rounds per second, a pinch faster than rifles, but still lagging behind SMGs. These weapons also have wildly different damage outputs and effective ranges as well. The Shorty works best within 10 meters, and each pellet will deal 36 damage to the head, 12 to the body, and 10 to the legs. This little shotgun packs quite the punch and can one-shot anyone who gets too close. While its close range power isn't as potent as the Shorty, the Frenzy can be used a bit further away with an effective range of 20 meters. Dealing 78 damage to the head, this machine pistol can easily two-shot even a fully armored opponent. Unfortunately, with its 26 body and 22 leg damage, it's going to take at least a half a dozen shots to drop enemies with full armor. Be careful when trying to use these weapons out of their effective ranges, especially the Shorty. You'll notice very quickly how hard its damage drops off, not simply because each pellet does less damage, but because of how sporadic the spread becomes. Stick to close quarters. The Frenzy is a tad more forgiving in the ranges it can operate in. Its damage drop off beyond its golden zone of 20 meters isn't as harsh and can still secure kills, although it will require a bit more control when firing at these ranges. By now, we know these guns inside and out. But when should we expect to see them? The Shorty and Frenzy will run you 200 and 400 credits respectively, so there's no high economic commitment to pick them up. This makes them very valuable in both pistol and eco rounds. If your team is looking to play aggressive while spending as little money as possible, pick yourselves up either one of these sidearms. Once you get close enough, the Shorty will instantly kill even the most geared threats. And while the Frenzy doesn't have the precision of the Sheriff, Classic, or Ghost, it does have a much higher rate of fire, which will let you pump out as much damage as you can in the shortest amount of time. While your standard pistols are the more common choices for eco and pistol rounds, players should not make the mistake of overlooking these two weapons. Players who want to have the most success will need to familiarize themselves with all of the sidearms in Valorant. Whether you're looking for the one-shot kill power from the Shorty, or you're looking to spray your enemies down with a hail of bullets, there's a little something for everyone with these two guns. They may be small, but they're definitely mighty.
Today we'll be going over the defender side of Ascent by showing you the routes to the two sites, the basic callouts, the common spike plant locations, and the agents best suited for defending them. Let's get it. A site has way more open space than B site, which allows you to play from further angles. Defenders will want to be familiar with the entryways into A site that attackers will surely fight for. These spots are A lobby, A main, mid cubby, and A link. Now let's take a deeper look into the A site. Starting out of defender side spawn, you'll be given 3 options. 1, you can head left towards A site. 2, go straight towards mid. Or 3, move to the right, which will take you to B site. Since we're starting with A site, let's head left. You'll immediately be given 2 paths that will lead you into A site, A stairs, and...
Hello and welcome to Fight Night. 2 maps in the book, and this is the one that counts. Big Frames has been really successful throughout the past couple of weeks, but the past couple of hours, not so much. Their opponents, Way2French, have been successful, and oh my goodness, Meal single-handedly shutting this one down, man.
We indeed. Like his presence was absolutely absurd. The impact that he had across map was absolutely insane. And honestly, the way that he played, I really appreciated some of the angles that he was taking, some of the flanks that he was taking on the retakes. There were a lot of things to appreciate about his play there on Bind.
So I want to expand a little bit because I brought the term threat of activation. We used it a lot in Magic cards, and basically I have the big weapon on the board. And I don't even have to use it. You are threatened by what happens if I push the button, right?
Well, it wasn't even just that, right? It was also the threat of counters, which is also another thing that kind of slows you down in Magic.
Yeah. And so, obviously, he was getting the kills in the long-range shots, but the approaches that Big Frames could feasibly think about were cut in half because he was so successful. So the threat of the threat of optivation was the pun I made earlier, was that he doesn't even have to get the kill in order to impact the game. Those long-range approaches are just inherently more dangerous and thus not on the table for what Big Frames wanted to do. They had less options and thus they saw less success. So Way2French definitely want to fight their way into that situation one more time. Big Frames, quite obviously, want to avoid it. Here on Split, this will be an interesting turn.
We'll see if Mill finds a way of playing blue-white here in Valorant. I don't know if that's possible. But it is going to be Way2French starting off on the attacking side. Big Frames here with a defense. Standard wall coming out from Turnip, but he has to back away with that slow orb. His second one going to come out as he gets spotted by that dart. What a quick peek, but he takes just a little bit of damage. Backs off once again.
Trouble from the left-hand side. Hughes is able to take down Randy Savage, but that's about it. Pop, pop. The spike's planted. And Way2French have to defend versus 4.
Yeah, Randy Savage with that camera. Let's actually keep up with the action here. Win some now. Finds Incred. Goes on over to mid. Finds another. Is it going to be enough?
Oh, used from the backside. Hung out long enough to surprise the surprisers. And Way2French the first on the board one more time. Man, if you're a team like Big Frames, you come into this, you know, best of threes, this is what you done do, right? And you're sitting here going, okay, you know, game 2, we got trounced. And a good team is going to be able to identify when they get beat up. They go, all right, no problem. You know, even Babe Ruth struck out. But when you enter the game 3, you're looking for the reset. And seeing that round go to Way2French and in that manner, a little scary.
Yeah, that mental reset is super important at this point. As Way2French now on the second round, we do have the smoke off. He pushes through, but he checks the wrong angle. Incredible takes him out easy. Finds a second one as he continues this push. His onslaught through heaven. It's used to find the third man here.
Man, over and over again, Way2French just bursting and barreling onto the scene. Big Frames, one person left. I mean, there's nothing to save here, but I don't know how much faith you have in the 1v5.
I mean, the way they're bursting onto the scene, this ain't a scene. This is a goddamn arms race here. As we're gonna be getting into the rifle rounds, but Way2French, you know, they've been doing a really good job. Once it gets to that round 3, Randy Savage trying his best, but he ultimately will go down. Way2French continuing this momentous upsurge now in the series.
It's fun to watch, though. I've said it before. I will say it again. Commentators always sit up here and go, you know, I just want the back and forth. I want the even match. Nah, man. I want to see a trounce. I want to see a beatdown. Hey, give me some blood. And French right here, these guys are playing a win, man. I'm here for it.
I mean, talk about blood. You know, after that first map, it was like, I can't believe you made me bleed my own blood. And they just they are clapping back in a big way right now.
Oh yeah,
looks like it's a four-person commit onto the A site as they're poking and prodding for some information. Mill with this operator. Let's see what we can get. Oh,
yeah, no signs of stopping today. The information arrow comes out, and the owl drone will go right on through. Left side clear. Looks like the whole thing is clear. Player likely to be in screens. So I like this angle. Still cautious about walking on in there despite the owl drone. Why do you think that is?
Well, they didn't push all the way up through heaven. But now with this is where they can go ahead and basically commit to something. And it is going to be just a complete rotate and route over to the B site. A lot of times I see teams kind of faltering and not pushing through heaven. But Incredible doesn't. He just goes right on through into spawn, takes out Turnup.
And just like that, Way2French again find themselves healthy and happy and hunkering down. Big frames, again, one player.
And right there, we even see how much Way2French just want to kind of snowball this lead that they've got. Winning this third round and winning it with all 5 people, that's a huge boon to your economy right now. Big frames, they can't even hope for an exit frag at this point. CP2, even though he's over at spawn, I don't think he's going to find anyone. They don't have to leave it. They just need to stay on the bomb at this point. So Way2French are just going to have a huge economic stimulus coming in now. And things are just looking more and more dire for big frames.
Yeah, I mean, this is real tough. Honestly, not what we've come to expect out of big frames.
This is offense, by the way, for Way2French.
Yeah, like this is the other side. That's not supposed to happen.
That goes there.
CP2's got the money, so he is going to invest into this round. I'm surprised that he's going with a light armor buy. That's signifying that, of course, he's going to go for the operator in the next round here, which he is, of course, prone to do for the team.
This time around, Meal with the collat, blat. Oh, I don't get tired of seeing that one. Players lining up, and Way2French lining up their wins here. Marching towards a 4th out of 4. 5 alive. Versus 3. Nano with an angle on heaven. Are big frames looking to save? They full save? All right. Not confident enough to push 3 into 4. Or 3 into 5, rather.
There really isn't much for them to do. I don't know if they've got like armor buys or something that they want to take into the next round. Yeah, heavy armor, light armor. They had an SMG, and there we go, light armor. So they're just trying to save upon that. Ooh, never mind. Nerfed will go down, and that's super unfortunate.
Already, big frames trying to survive here by the skin of their teeth. Trying to figure out where to go now. Money's still available for big frames. CP2 with that op and a Vandal, Phantom. So this is big frames saying, all right, going 0-4. It's not that big of a deal, but whatever.
Yeah, put CP2 in an awkward spot because he would like the heavy armor, but he doesn't want to invest the extra 1,000 credits to get the 25 additional HP at that point. So he is a little bit more fragile, and it doesn't even matter because Meal's going to one-shot him.
Tough stuff, man. The Meal just seems... finally somebody gets him down, but... Is this the round that big frames take? Because Meal is out of it? Turnup waiting. Turnup finding. 3 versus 2. Big frames on the good side for the first time all map. Turnup with the wall. Now looking at alleyway.
Eagle eye.
Oh,
okay.
The counter boost.
Okay. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. And there's the spike plant. 2 players to defend it, 2 players for the retake. Randy Savage thinking.
Eyes are down.
The slow push both from up top. No eyes. Oh, finds it. Too slow. Orbital strike comes out. There's the target. Nerf is able to pick up use. 1 left in the smoke. Is there time to defuse?
should, but if he pulls off this, he is going to go down. Tries to blend fire on through. Milio will go down, and that's Big Frames finally putting one on the board.
There it is. Is it enough to catapult them, though? Because look at this. I mean, 9K, 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 9K. Shout-outs to the Brawl Stars, homies. I mean, this is Way2French. They have such a lead. They've got to feel good. Even losing that one, they've got to feel good.
Yeah, starting off 4 rounds on the attacking side. That's absolutely stellar. You really couldn't wish for more, honestly, at this point, with however many rounds we have left. What is it, 7 at this point? So let's see how this hold goes. It is just going to be a B main push. Not that standard. We'll see if Turnip can slow it down. No slower, but it might be a little bit slow. One's already out. There's 2. All of them are on points, and Turnip goes down.
That's rough. Nano, again, with the Giga Brain. Big plays. Way2French. Get it. Planted. 5 deep. Way2French have 4. Looking for their 5th. Winsome going to come from the top. Missed that shot. Incredible does it. 2 for the Beret.
It was just way too slow for Turnip. He saw the utility coming out, and I don't know if it was greed, what it was, but you instantly slow orb that. You see an arrow coming out, you have to throw something else. You have to slow them down. You saw by the time that the slow orb landed, 3 were already on site. He drops down into the crosshairs of 3 of them. Reaction time, I don't know what it was there that delayed his decision to go for that.
Spike's already down. And that's that. Round 6 in the books. Way2French. Way too. I don't know. Pick your adjective, man. Strong, fast. What is different here? Because it's not just, hey, they're warmed up. Maybe it is that simple. But I mean, this team 2-0's their first best of 3. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Wonder what's different this time around.
It honestly is looking like just maybe some confidence issues, definitely some individual mistakes that are compounded upon as more mistakes are being made from Big Frames right now. Oh boy.
Oh no.
Okay.
Winsome gets gifted a situation, and CBT was able to find it. But Way2French, man, this is their first bad look. And honestly, you want to know the scary part? I think Meal can do this. Maybe with the smoke, it's a tall order. And it'll be a flawless victory here for Big Frames, 2 versus 5. But Way2French have they have won me over, frankly speaking. Meal has just been incredible.
I'll just say that, Way2French kind of rushed that last one, not checking that angle over at Mailbox. You always have to check that angle, and you saw him just push right through smoke. If he had been holding that angle coming through that first smoke, Winsome's dead. There should not have been an opportunity for him to go down. But even then, in that one situation, you saw Winsome panicking just a little bit, taking that shot onto the first man out when he should have been lurking, calling that information out. He had another man, I believe, up at heaven with him. So he should have just called that one and then waited for the second entry to come in.
Noise at main sends CB2 backing up. Now it looks like A wants to be the push, but Way2French second guessing themselves for the first time all game. I agree with what you just said there, that was perhaps a little too aggressive, too off the cuff, too, hey, look at me, I could dance. But like, just pull it back a little bit, not all the way. Now all of a sudden, Way2French have given Big Frames an opportunity to get comfortable, it feels like.
It might have just been a bad read. Ooh, Winsome. There we go. Gets that first prick onto use, and a second one.
Pop, pop. Can't get it around the corner. Melio finds turn up, but Winsome is able to answer back with the 3-piece, and Meal, born to kill. Beautiful plays so far. CP2, hello.
Oh, incredible. Just hesitant there to make the cross, secure at least the bomb plant for the team. And CP2 finally answers back, claps back against Meal, and takes him out. But is Way2French's economy broken yet? No, it's not. They're still ready to full buy.
Still crushing it. Ain't no concern at all.
The only thing is that they're, even if they lose this round, they'll be able to full buy into the next one. They just can't buy an operator. That's the only thing. And so Way2French really still riding this momentum. Now Big Frames have to win another one at the very least. They want to keep this going.
You're going to look for it. I don't know if I like to push with the 2 players in mid here looking for B. CP2 is going to do a good job of finding it.
Teleport.
Okay. Cute. CP2 has woken up. Gets the kill. 4-5. Oh, no, man. I just started rooting for Way2French. I just started, I bought in. I was like, you know what? I'm here. Meal's nice. Man. All right, we got a ball game here.
That's what happens to turncoats. But this is what I'm talking about. Again, they still have plenty of money. Way2French. Interesting, as they're opting for a little bit of a lighter buy. Light armor and a sheriff on 1. Actually, no armor. Mill is just going to go glass cannon this because I think, they do just buy enough to get a full buy next round.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Nerfed, on the other hand, it's going to be able to trade things out nice and quickly. And the players are able to walk their way up high. Winsome waiting. 1 for the money. 2. Wow. How? That's...
Ropes are broken.
Still?
Yes. Ropes are broken. That shouldn't be a thing. That honestly should not be a thing.
Well, I mean, no, it shouldn't. Your hitbox is so hidden. Because I was thinking, maybe it should be, but no, it shouldn't. I mean... Oh, well. Big Frames tie us up at 5. Okay, baby. Who's taking this round?
No operator in the hands of Mill. CP2 already smoked off. He's got mid, though. Did he get spotted? He didn't by the drone. And already takes out Incredible. They do have the res, though, to bring him back right in.
That's going to work. Oh, cute shot. That guy, he got so high. Was that a double jump?
That was the only way he survives up against the Sova ultimate. So a lot of things going on there, but Winsome really not panicking too much and just played that as best as he could.
That's all right, Raise Main. Go ahead. Turn up now. Try to keep control of this spot up here. Way2French. Deciding whether it's A or B. They've really taken mid. But where do they go from here is the question. CP2 waiting. Have a good eye on both angles. Not going to find anyone just yet. CP2 lined up with the shot, but multiple targets come on through, and they're able to overpower the op player. Nerfed. Takes down Melio. And a 5-on-4. Way2French have planted. And Big Frames. CP2 one more time. Randy Savage comes up big. And there's 3 players alive versus 2.
Enemy down.
Oh, this should not be happening.
2 more. Gotta play D. 1 from high, 1 from behind. How does CP2 make this happen, if at all? Close. Should he still have the op? No. Should he have taken the op there? I think most players go for the assault rifle in that situation.
There were bigger problems there for big frames. That should have been their retake. They had a great angle. Of course, they res CP2. He's able to just go ahead and port all the way over to B main, pull up that angle. They get the information out with the Cypher ultimate, and they know the final 2 members of Way2French are playing up in heaven. They just need to wait for CP2 at that point to be able to peek out from B main. Instead, they kind of rushed that one, and they end up losing that round. That should have been a round where finally Big Frames are able to take back the lead.
Win some with a nice snapshot. Takes down Incredible, who has been one of the stronger players on the side of Way2French. So Big Frames have the advantage for what seems like the first time all map, although it is the second time. But Meal returns to his position. Takes down 1, and Melia will do the same. And so Big Frame is now on the disadvantage. CP2 misses. Well, everybody knows he's waiting up there in heaven.
Put down.
Yeah, what an awkward reverse situation there. CP2 playing A main while everyone else is on site. Spike's not even down yet, but there we go. They get into the back site. They've got the wall off over here at heaven. A ramp. Emilio just waiting on the other side.
Down.
Trying to figure it all out here. Long range shot, not necessary. The attackers are able to take it. Use. Looking good. Number 7 for Way2French. And we'll switch things up here. Back to the pistolas. Big Frames have to get 8 on attack, which is tough. That's tough.
Yeah, 7 rounds on the attacking side is absolutely just phenomenal way to start the half. Now, there are some weird things, I would say, that came out from Big Frames in the way that they were playing it, particularly Randy Savage on the B site. His camera placements, you know, there are like 2 main camera placements. One where you get a full, basically all the way down the hall of B main, and then on the tower there on mid B. And he continually played it basically on the tower in B. But there were moments where if he had the other location scouted out, he would have been much more prepared for the B main pushes. Shoulder peek by Winsome, he spots out too.
And it's going to be good enough to at least throw some nonsense their direction, but now a big ol' rotate. Coming out into mid. The wall is there, but it's about to fall. Hughes is still in position, but there will be 2 players coming from around the other side. 1 minute on the clock. Half of the round is over. Very slow play from Big Frames here. Here comes Nano. Players have already evacuated. Nobody in road. Nobody up here. And all of a sudden, some ordnance being tossed down. 30 seconds on the clock. B is going to be the push. Nerfed is able to grab 1. So is Randy Savage. And Way2French lose 3 in a row. 2 players standing, and they're both making the long-range rotation. Spike should be able to be planted relatively easy. All the misses for Winsome. All the misses for Winsome. Finally gets the shot way after the fact. Big Frames 2 alive now. Way2French have Meal, and only Meal. The spike is still not planted. And that's it. They're playing for the game, and Meal falls down. Lucky for Big Frames, as they had 7 seconds on the clock to make that round end.
That was so close. Take a look. Winsome now 14-8-4 for his team. Really did put on a performance in that half for himself, though. Especially, of course, with the aptly named Showstopper on that Raze character. Now, I think for this one, yeah, for that last round, they did a really good job taking it slow on the pistol round and really keeping Way2French committed to having 3 players over onto the A side, help them get onto the B. But you saw how quickly Way2French did react on that. They understand how this map kind of works.
Yeah.
While there are fakes, you don't have to really commit having people on the sites. You can just go full rotate if you need to. Or you just go ahead and take A for free because they were all at mid.
That's fair. Way2French now looking for the retake. Which isn't really all that tough. Shock dart. What? Did that happen? I think that happened. And that was kind of fun. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. Way2French, 3 strong versus Big Frames is 3.
Ooh, Miria finds one more. This is doable.
It really is. Laughing at the sheer absurdity of it all. Randy Savage. Oh, man. 5 HP in a dream for Melio. Oh, okay. I thought my man's was going to get it with the pistol.
He almost did. One more shot. Should have taken him out.
I was rooting for it, man. I'm not going to lie. I would have loved to see that pistol kill.
All right, Big Frames. Able to take 2 here on the offense, but there we go. See exactly how difficult it is going to be. So light armor along with suboptimal, I would say, right? We had the Guardian coming out along with the Phantom on the offense. Definitely don't want to be playing the Phantom. You'd much prefer to have that Vandal. Yeah. That's all they could afford there with all the losses that they took.
Gonna be a little bit rough. CP2 pops down the smoke in rope room. Ooh. The halo jump dodges the shot.
Smoke's down.
Where's that smoke going? Going on down. A site is where Big Frames wants to re-rotate to. Everybody from Way2French located, if not at B and mid. There's only one defender on A site. And
is he
Big
playing
Frame.
with Bucky?
I don't know.
So not a Bucky, holding a really close angle. Molotov is the great choice as he backs away.
Yeah, it has the sound information for sure. You know, pull on back. Winsome leading the charge. 3 people here. There's the paranoia. 1 shot, not good enough. Meal does trade out. Turn up grabs the double. And it's 4 on 3. CP2 is going to change those numbers. And it's 2 on 3. Way2French on the bad side of things. Big Frames planting at A in the corner. There's 2 players rotating. Still 2 players rotating as Randy Savage gets taken down. Now it's just 1. Use. Knows that CP2 is alive. Walking through the smoke. The shot misses. And Hughes gets it with the rifle. The other side. Turn up. Guardian. You love to see it.
With that res, getting that operator back into play for them again. Huge eco res as you're able to save up on that money. But that's the importance of taking control of heaven there on A. Once you do push up the A ramp, you got to see Randy Savage at least slowing them down, even though he wasn't able to win a duel that he should have up there. But it slows them down at the very least. I see a lot of times, teams just not taking that initiative to push up. Heck, sometimes I want to see teams really just pushing all the way up to defender spawn as well. Another huge stack over at mid for Way2French here on the defense, as we're just playing default now for Big Frames.
Nice and simple. Location revealed. Pop. That is crosshair placement. 2 kills across the way. Nano, the impressive looking one. Nerfed and Randy Savage get involved again. And so it's just Winsome, or excuse me, it's just 1 versus Big Frames is 4. And it's none. Nano got the good looking kill, but couldn't keep it alive.
It's huge. They get the spike plant as well at the end of that round. And this is what they really need. They need to be able to build up this bank. And Way2French now struggling just a little bit here. Their defensive holds have been a little bit awkward. Definitely not standard the way they're playing. Trying to go for a double peek over at A ramp for this round. It might be the read, as we do have a 5-person stack over at A main.
All in. Smokes come out. Win some slightly deterred. Boombot's good. Shots better. Meal. Just
Revealing area.
so impressive, man. Oh, through the walls. Oh, I can't find it.
The fact that they were able to find that first blood, getting that first kill, slowing down Big Frames in a massive way. They're down to a minute now. They're still congregated over by sewers. Looks like as he's peeking for information, he needs to check this angle.
Uh-oh, Nano looks good.
There's nowhere else for him to really watch unless he's afraid of the boost.
I wish you guys
check
could
the right angle.
I wish you guys could have seen Jamerson's face there. He was like, "Oh, come on!" Like that. I'm with you though. This is you. This is where you look. There's no other spot. He's not on the left side. There literally isn't a space to sit.
Yeah, the only real threat was, of course, like the boost on the wall. Oh, okay.
I mean, just quick off the hip. CP2 by himself. Do you save? I think the answer's teleport. All the way at A. Plant money will be good.
Prepare for hellfire.
Spike planted. But it's number 10 for Big Frames, without a doubt.
(9-8) really just going blow for blow across these rounds, across this half. It's been so back and forth.
Yeah, this is how these games go.
But it's so surprising because we're here on splits of all maps.
Right? This is usually one-sided. I mean, the analysis, I guess, is really Way2French seems to be the better Valorant team on the field right now. Big Frames are able to kind of fight their way into it. They're getting a couple of like sneaky picks. I know that they're leading 9-8, but Way2French actually seems like the better team. Big Frames, every win seems like they stole it.
Either stole it or someone came up with some heroics. Go. Easy kill for Nano. And he just boosts right back on out.
See you later.
That was the quickest piece out of there I've ever seen.
Man, just like Titanfall 2, right?
Dude, the movement in Titanfall 2. Swear to God.
It's so mad.
It's the best movement in FPS.
What about Tribes? You're old enough to remember Tribes?
No, Titanfall 2 has better movement. Got the double jumps, you got the grapples, you got the wall climbs and the wall like running. Oh my God.
You were. I will say, Titanfall 2. I'm jokes aside, man. Titanfall 2 did what Advanced Warfare just couldn't. I'll give it to you.
Did it come out? Was it?
Hold! They're coming up from ropes. Ha! Randy Savage picks up one, and Winsome picks up the other. That was a smooth move.
Taken out.
3 players up on either side. Spike planted.
Winsome does miss that shot. Gets tagged a little bit. He's got his rocket.
Oh, what? That's disgusting. Not allowed.
French now 1v4 retake. And they know exactly where he is.
Oh no, it's a combat Carl. See you later. I'll give you $25 if you can name the movie that quote is from. It's a combat Carl.
I don't know. I wish. My brain's not even like trying to grasp for anything because I just know I don't know.
Toy Story.
goes.
Woody sees Sid blowing up a combat Carl, and he's very upset.
Oh. Yeah, Sid was a jerk.
I remember owning the same shirt as Sid. Shout out to Diesel Sweeties, by the way. 9-all. 137 on the clock. Big frames lined up and put down. Neil again. Oof. Incredible. Picks up 2. Nerf is able to find him after the fact, but
Stealing sight.
a little bit rough here. All right. Looks like the plant will be good. Chuck's gonna get the plant. By the way, Chuck is CP2. I can use his first name because we're tight like that. Yeah, I know top players, not a big deal, but he gets the plant. And now it's him versus the world. 3, and that's that.
Yeah, this is
10-9.
This was a big stretch of a round for Big Frames to try and win, getting that plant at the very least. But they definitely were not set up for post plants right there. And then getting caught out at A ramp with 2 members just barreling down on you right now. Way2French with the lead and with the strong economy to back it to 7,700 on use. Mill, of course, with that operator has 4,500, 55 on Milio. Big Frames are going to struggle here if they can't take this round.
If Big Frames don't get this round, I think it's over, in all honesty. Well, we have seen some crazy heroics. We have seen the thrifty, the thrifty comebacks. Cute play. Not so cute play there. Meal. Honestly, did not expect him to be, to have that situation go down. I don't want to call it a rookie move to get fooled by the bomb bot, but
I wasn't just a fool by the bomb bot. It was the fact that he also went for the strafe peek at the same time, right? He jumps around the corner. And so he retains his attention long enough so that when he does have to respond to the boom bot that, well, he's just going to die to it if he doesn't.
Right. Well, here comes Big Frames. They're having a big round here. Nano trying to do what he can to stop it. Still coming on through.
Caught one.
4 players up for BF. And they're all spread out, honestly. 2 are almost at the B site, and the other 2 are lagging behind, which isn't as bad as it seems. Nobody's on B site, so it should be an easy take. And then those that are straggling from behind, the defenders, that is, could be caught up in the crossfire of the other players from Big Frames walking on in. That said, that only works if that's what they do. Big Frames wait for everybody to group up. Melio gets a shot through the smoke onto Nerfed. Sees the other player, pushes up because he has a teammate. Damage to the left, won't find anybody. So I'm not sure if they're in this bottom peak. There's going to be the camera out. Give him the info. Right there, left side. Use picks up 2. CP2 is able to answer. And Nano puts him down. Number 11. This one goes up to 11, Jamerson.
I know that movie. I know that movie for sure. But I think we've been doing a little bit of a disservice to use so far. He was definitely silent in map number 1. Started coming alive in map number 2, but here he's been definitely solid for his squad. 16 and 12 now, really coming alive so far. And he has been a major contributor in a lot of these. His entries and being able to string together 2 to 3 kills in some of these rounds has been crucial for them to take it, especially when it's this close, when it's 11-9 and it's been going back and forth. Those individual moments are so important. He really has come alive for them.
Man, been fun to watch. Way2French on their way to being our Fight Night champ. Dethroning Big Frames. It's a young program, but Big Frames is the longest running champ here. 2 weeks, this is their 3rd. Paranoia hits 1 from French. Big Frames walks in. Recon Bolt's going to show the crowd. Here comes Nano. Popped up, popped down. Won't get the kill. Turnip hits it in the air. Nice spread there. from Big Frames.
Yeah, that was like a Marine split out of StarCraft.
I was just, yeah, that's literally what I was going to say. Real smooth moves, but incredible at meal. Ooh, baby, a triple for the Beret player. That one's going to be punished. Win some after the fact. Here's the rocket. There it goes. Melio. Down for the count. I believe it's a 2-on-1 at the moment. Both of these players, opposing teams. Your Sage player is on the left. Has a good angle. Takes out a knife. Thinks about it twice. Oh, sees him. Wants to go around the other way. Thinks twice. Just a hair of HP. There it is. And that's going to be it. Way2French on tournament point.
The opportunity was there. I feel like he might have underestimated his own reaction time there. If you saw the crosshair placement, it was far off that corner. You know, a lot of players are slow walking this. You'll hear them when you hear them, and that's when you would make that adjustment. But until then, you snap right onto that corner to make sure, you know, not a millisecond it was wasted there, and that could have been the round for them to really, really relieve the pressure. But now, match point, tournament point for Way2French to dethrone Big Frames.
Man, can't say I expected this. Especially, I can't bring it up enough how lopsided the other one went. That first match was just not Way2French's. That's not the resume I send to my employer. You know what I mean? This game, on the other hand, a much different story. Melio, eyes on two. Coming through the alleyway. Trade out in mid, turn up on the good side. And a res. So it's 3 players on French versus all 5. Wow. Just like that, it's 1v4.
I know exactly.
How incredible is he? Not very. He just tosses the gun. He's like, oh no, they know where I am.
I think that was just the signal. This is a save.
Yep.
Letting them know.
Yep, just please leave me alone.
And they're doing a fair job, of course, also of assessing the threat. It is going to be incredible. They know he's got an ultimate. They know how potent it can be. So they're playing rather split apart and making sure all the points of ingress and egress are covered right now. So Big Frames able to breathe a sigh of relief into this one. But still, Way2French, they've got 2 more opportunities. Well, 3, ultimately, to try and close this out.
Man, Ingress. You ever play that game?
I played Pokemon Go. It's just the closest I'll ever come to playing Ingress.
Well, I mean, it was the same thing. You know,
Yeah.
literally tech. I just, man, people that are into those games, and for those in the crowd that are unfamiliar, Ingress was basically Pokemon Go, but like more advanced, like EVE Online level advanced. Everybody I knew that played it was super into it, and like a taxi driver, a cop, an EMT, like just some dude who drove around all day. I remember the FedEx guy that used to come to my old esports studio was really into it and kept asking me if we would run tournaments. I'm like, that's not even how your game works, dude. What are you talking about? Way2French, though, trying to egress their way out of here in a good fashion. Did I use that correctly?
I'm not sure anymore. I think yes.
All right. Teamwork, baby. Incredible.
5v2.
Just like that, man. This is it.
Yeah, Nano did a good job of chasing down a trade. And then they got the res back into this. So now this is almost undoable unless, you know, there's a massive play.
Well, honestly, it's been a pleasure watching Big Frames. And, I mean, I don't make the rules, so the admins can yell at me. I think they can just sign up again, right? Come back, try and look for it next week. I'm not too sure, but I would love to see them return because I think that again they've stayed here for 3 weeks in a row. It's been a pleasure to watch this team, and I think we're at the level where like losing is important for these squads. Think about what you learn, right? If you're the big fish in a little pond the entire time, it just doesn't come up. And so the big fish will wind up on water, and we've got a new bigger fish. Way2French is your Fight Night champion.
I was trying to find the French word for fish, and I don't know. What is it? Like pescador is it just pesca in Spanish?
It might be. Pescatarian is what you call somebody that only eats fish.
Yeah, I don't remember. I haven't taken Spanish in a long time. Pez apparently is fish.
Pez is the candy.
That definitely is. That definitely is.
Win some here. 23 on top. Incredible doing the same thing. But Meal, this wasn't their map necessarily, 16-7, but getting to map 3 is what allowed them to win. And again, no disrespect to the rest of the team. Everyone showed up, but Meal's performance on the op single-handedly won map 2. Like, whether he was getting the kills or his teammates were performing off of his presence, that's what brought us to game 3. I mean, I'm a fan. I'm impressed.
And he still had enough of a presence here with the operator on split. And he continued to remain a threat, but it was honestly a lot of the other people on the rest of the team that were really coming alive. And so, really big shout outs to Use, I would say, particularly, who did step it up a lot in comparison to map number 1, did some work in map number 2, but it was here map number 3 where he did show up in a big way.
Did you, by any chance, I was very excited that I got to say it. You ever play the game Mealborn?
No.
It's a French card game. It's about, it's cars going on a marathon or something, but Meal, born to kill. I got to say it once, and that's kind of all I really wanted out of this broadcast. So I feel good about it. I do feel good about it. Like we said, that is our farewell to CP2 in the squad this time around. I hope to see him elsewhere. I've hit the follow button on their world, so I'm going to be watching. But that does it for us here at Fight Night Arena. Any thoughts about next week? What do you want to see?
I'm just always excited, of course. These nights are super fun. Just the fact that we're allowed to be a little bit more relaxed, and it's always just a fun night. And so I'm really glad that people are able to join us on the broadcast and having fun in the chat as well and enjoying these great games with us. Yeah, for sure. Straight up. Like Jamerson mentioned, we're here every week, so be here every Tuesday. And if you got a college squad, that happens out on Monday as well, so you don't want to miss that. But we're going to miss out on the rest of the night because we're out. So that's it for me and Jamerson. Shout outs to the guys in the back and shout outs to the guys in front. And of course, you guys in chat. We all appreciate everyone. And that's that. We'll catch you next week. Peace and much love to you.